Okay, we're live streaming now. I've just sent Libby the YouTube link, so she can tweet the session. Okay, let's now. The way we're going to hold the session is we're going to have two panels, each of which I think we've got either 3 or 4 speakers, and. Okay, we're live streaming now. I've just sent Libby the YouTube link. Sorry, so she can tweet the session. Apologies, the YouTube video was playing back at me, which was slightly disconcerting. So we're going to have 2 panels, which should take us. The first one should be from sort of about 1:50 until somewhere around 3 o'clock. And then we're going to have a short break for a cup of tea, and another session from around 3:15 to 4:30. We'll then have another short break, and we'll have a wrap-up session from 4:45 to 5:45. So moving quickly on, let's just recap on sort of what we were talking about yesterday and the points covered in our session yesterday. Now, before we do that, could I just ask, if you're able to, Tina or Libby, if anybody else tries to get in, hopefully as co-hosts, you should be able to let them in, because it may be a little bit difficult for me to do it while I'm just summing up.
Sure, you listed me as a co-host, John.
I've made you both you and Libby co-hosts, so you should be. Hopefully you should be able to let people in. Okay. So what did we talk about yesterday? So we were answering these sort of 3 questions. You know, how does populism work? What elements tend to be overlooked in our investigations of right-wing populism, and the relationship of right-wing populism to liberal democracy? Now, in terms of how populism works, first of all, one thing we talked about was the relationship between contemporary right-wing populism and globalization. So right-wing populism is sometimes seen as a backlash against globalization. But at the same time, there's a paradox. So as Barry Axford pointed out, notwithstanding populist denunciation of globalization, populism cuts across national borders and cultural lines of demarcation. So it is itself a global force, and its ubiquity is therefore somewhat paradoxical to its claims of defending the particular. It's therefore both a backlash against globalization and a global force in its own right. Now, according to Barry, populism is a global phenomenon, but its nature is massively inflected by local circumstances and traditions. So you could actually call it glocal. Now, Ruth Wodak also emphasized that populism in any country can only be understood by taking into account the particular historical circumstances of the country. Barry also made the connection between populism and crisis, whether that be the global financial crisis of 2008, the European debt crisis that followed it, or more recently, the COVID pandemic. However, populism is not just a response to the crisis. For millions of people, populism and populists are the narrators of the crisis. In fact, populism depends on maintaining a sense of crisis. Relating to this sense of crisis, Ruth Wodak highlighted the fact that provocation and scandalization via the media are 2 key strategies used by populists. Scandals often evolve into conspiracies, and the populist radical right typically constitutes itself as the victim of the conspiracy. The leadership of the likes of Trump and Johnson are characterized by one provocation and scandal after the other. Journalists keep running after these scandals, and other critical issues often don't find space to be elaborated or investigated. And a very different and interesting feature of right-wing populism that Todd McGowan identified is that it disdains the good in the name of enjoyment. So it allows its followers to enjoy hating those that they perceive undermine their enjoyment. So it targets experts because it sees them as killjoys, agents responsible for their failure to enjoy. Populist leaders are not experts. Indeed, they disdain expertise, and this allows followers to identify the leader as one of their own, one of us. And here, the sort of rows between Donald Trump and Anthony Fauci, the chief medical advisor, is illustrative because, this was the government's own advisor that Trump was continually attacking. So populism promises enjoyment, if you like, without limitation, and disdains the restraint that experts preach. Ruth Wodak used an interesting term to characterize all this aspect as the arrogance of ignorance. Now, another feature that Rico Isaacs introduced is the notion of populism as a rival. And by this, he meant that while representative democracy speaks for the people, right-wing populism is seen as the people actually arriving into government through the populist leader. Donald Trump, when he was inaugurated on January the 20th, 2016, said, from now on, something like, from now on, the government will serve the people. You are in power, effectively. Now, the problem there is if the leader is ousted from power, then the perception is, so are the people. And so even when the populist leader is gone, as is the case in Trump in the United States and Bolsonaro in Brazil, populism lingers on. And then this sort of may explain events like the storming of the government buildings on the Capitol, the US in 2021, and Brazil in the beginning of this year. Now, in terms of elements that have been overlooked in studies of populism, some of these that I've just mentioned are also ones that are not focused on, but there are a few more particular ones that panelists mentioned yesterday. So for Tina Manahan, the aspect of gender is overlooked. And studies so far of right-wing populism have tended to reduce this purely to economic factors. For example, by talking about a rebellion of the left behind, those, for example, left behind by globalization. However, according to Tina, it was the entitlement of white men who perceived that their power was ebbing away that inspired events such as the storming of the Capitol in 2021. And this event, just like the Freedom Convoy in Ottawa, can be understood as a kind of reenactment of white masculinity. In other words, white men fighting off a challenge to patriarchal power. So this shouldn't just be reduced to a class analysis, according to Tina. The events surrounding the Capitol represented a fantasy reenactment or a parody form of masculinity, freed from the constraint of law and promising to take back the nation. It's also marked by the affirmation of the lynch mob as the true arbiter of power. Now, similarly to the gender aspect, Simon Strick identified racism as a neglected feature of right-wing populism. He claimed that populists' challenge to migration and multiculturalism actually taps into quite long-standing residual racist and supremacist attitudes in society, especially German society. And it draws heavily on the Great Replacement theory. So right-wing populism, by his understanding, is organized and weaponized resentment against minorities. Interestingly, Simon also identified what he called right-wing populism from below, because we've been talking about parties and leaders and Trump and Bolsonaro and people like that, but his focus was very much bottom up. So by populism from below, he means the unfolding of culture wars in everyday, very ordinary discourses, what he calls right-wing world building, which he's studied quite a lot on social media. It's prevalent on social media through memes and digital talking points. Antagonism between people and elites is made manifest in a myriad of small scenarios online. Now, this is a culture war, as I mentioned, that emerges from below, not from above, as it's articulated by everyday users of digital media. As Simon points out, very ordinary interactions on digital media, typically using the memification of populism. That's where issues like racism, anti-feminism, climate skepticism, and all these various other points are brought together into a kind of populist fold and become available as very public and quotidian gestures of dissidence and of empowerment for certain people. A final overlooked feature that was featured is the relationship between environmentalism and populism. For Rico Isaacs, often the grievances driving contemporary populism are embodied in some sort of experienced, real or imagined, exile from nature. And Rico also pointed out that populism and ecological crisis are inherently linked. Declining access to natural resources often leads to nationalist rhetoric. A shortage of resources as a result of climate change very often leads to nativist claims to these resources. A final aspect that we looked at was the relationship between right-wing populism and liberal democracy. So Ruth Wodak focused to quite a degree on the case of Hungary. She argues that under right-wing populist government, the free press is endangered and the rise of authoritarianism is normalized. Ruth pointed out that Viktor Orban has created a neo-authoritarian state in Hungary. So he's effectively abolished all independent media and has kicked out the Central European University from Budapest. It's now in Vienna. And tellingly, in 2018, Orban declared that the age of liberal democracy was at an end because it failed to maintain Christian culture. And this is another feature that Ruth pointed out, was the interlocking between right-wing populism and conservatism and quite strong conservatism. So Orban actually proposed replacing liberal democracy with a 21st century Christian democracy. But another concern that Ruth pointed out is this normalization of the populist right, radical right agenda, which is not only occurring in cases like Hungary, but is far more widespread. And in fact, there's a move towards the populist radical right by hitherto mainstream conservative parties, the British Tories being an example of this. Another issue, and this is key, this is something that I pointed out in my own presentation. While some see populism as a kind of emancipatory force that fights the sort of hegemony of neoliberal ideas, the fact that it categorizes some other, typically related to an elite, as an enemy of the nation or even an enemy of the people, this encourages populists to take any means necessary to ensure that their opponents are excluded from power. And this, of course, any means necessary is very often extra-constitutional, as we saw with the events in the capital in early 2021. Another factor, of course, is that populism's emphasis on a general will of the people all too easily gives rise to a kind of tyranny of the majority and of effectively marginalization of minorities that is obviously incompatible with liberal democracy. So that sort of sums up a little bit what we were talking about yesterday. If anybody who was participating has something that I missed out, then do please say. And if not, then we will move straight on to the first panel. And so the speakers of this panel, panel one, the chair is Alex Sutton. And speaking, we're going to have Chris Lizotte, Alyonka Zupancic, and Julia Roth. Chris is from Oxford Brookes University, Alyonka from the European Graduate School, and Julia for Bielefeld University. So Alex, I will put you in the chair. I am actually going to spotlight you. And and kick off whenever you're ready.
Thanks, John. You've done my job for me, I think. Yeah, on our panel, we've got Chris Lizotte from Oxford Brookes, Alenka Zupancic from European Graduate School, and Julia Ropp from Bielefeld University. So 15 minutes each. If you could start just by saying what your general approach to the question of populism is, but we'll go in order. So if Chris first, then Alenka, and then Julia. So Chris, take it away.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I'm Chris Lizotte from Oxford Brookes University, and I am in geography. I'm a political geographer. Now, if it looks like I'm sitting in bed, that's because I am. There's a very good reason for that, which is that I came back from a week-long field trip with our second-year students in Malta to discover that my heating doesn't work at all. So someone is coming tomorrow, but until then, I'm trying to conserve heat as much as possible. So that's the explanation for that. So basically, as a geographer, I'm thinking about populism in a way that actually, ironically, I had to borrow from other areas of political science that geographers have not thought about very much, which is something often called the boundary problem. In other words, the problem of determining who belongs in a constituency that can then determine the boundaries of who gets to actually make up that constituency. Paradox that the decision of who gets to participate in the democratic community itself has to already be determined in a democratic way, kind of a chicken and egg type problem. And so basically I'm interested in just understanding the kinds of contestations that happen in democracies in general, and in moments when kind of what we tend to think about as typical liberal democratic procedures seem to break down, how those get articulated, and how those get articulated in specifically spatial ways. So the interesting thing is that geography really got blindsided by the right populist phenomenon of the 2010s. I mean, really to a very large degree, such that if you look at geographic literature, you would get the impression that the study of populism within political geography really only started in any kind of sustained way at that time. When sociology and political science and so on had been looking at this for decades. One of the consequences of that is that we had a hard time conceiving of these insurgent, anti-elite, popular will type movements. We really had a hard time conceiving of that as being anything other than progressive, because their geography, political geography, critical political geography had just not conceived of we'd been really interested in the state as kind of the locus of power. And we'd kind of painted ourselves into a corner where that by definition, any opposition to the state must be aiming in progressive directions. And of course, the 2010s, and especially Brexit and the Trump election, completely just upturned all of that. So basically, trying to understand what populism means in terms of contestations about who is included within the political community has also gotten me to kind of think about or change my approach to populism a little bit over time. So I think a large part of the populism literature focuses on what are the characteristics that make populism what it is, as opposed to other kinds of political mobilizations or political movements. So you might loosely call that sort of an ontological approach to populism, trying to figure out what its characteristics are that make it something specific that we can hold apart. I've been moving, I think, a little bit towards what you might call a more phenomenological approach, or just kind of what populists actually do, or people who call themselves populists, and moving a little bit away from, from my own perspective, is it really important that we correctly identify who populists are? Or is it more important that we actually see, okay, what are the people, the actors, the movements, the slogans that are able to constitute some kind of broadly popular consensus around moving in a direction that seems to be at times illiberal or challenging certain aspects of liberal democracy? Because I think, so getting into one of the things I think has been overlooked is that populism has been successful, and I think successful political movements in general that are sustainable have to offer its adherents something positive, or at least something positive for the people who are attracted to that movement. Otherwise, I don't, and I'm sure someone can come up with many examples that will contradict this, but I think in general, political movements that rely completely on negativity and resentment will not last over the long term. So this is actually borrowing somewhat of an idea from Roger Griffin, who some of you may know is a professor emeritus in history here at Brookes, which is methodological empathy, which is just kind of starting from the assumption that political claims made by any particular group are internally coherent and offer something affirmative rather than something just purely oppositional. I think it is, of course, there's this core idea of populism mobilizing a moral claim about who belongs to the people and a moral claim about who the elite are and why they're getting in the way of the popular will. But we tend to, I think, focus a little bit on that opposition to the exclusion of trying to understand what about those moral claims is actually affirmative and positive, and even under certain circumstances offers a certain kind of hope of something better for the future for the people for whom it resonates with. Now, of course, I mean, there are grifters and there are hucksters who have done a really good job of mobilizing populist rhetoric to their benefit. I mean, I think we can all think of a million examples of that. But I think something that John alluded to is that populism has, or any political movement really, has a demand side as well as a supply side. If we focus on, we tend to think of it in terms of political entrepreneurs are supplying the messaging that then sort of activate people and get them into certain kinds of political movements. And that, I think, to a certain extent is, of course, true. But we also have to understand or realize, I think, that there is a latent demand for these things that pre-exists to some extent those entrepreneurs who are able to come along and articulate that demand in a way that is successful. Another thing that I think is a little bit overlooked, and I'm actually going to contradict myself a little bit, but is the role of negative polarization and negative partisan polarization. And I think this is something that will apply a little bit more to, for example, I mean, I think it broadly applies, but I think about it really a lot in the American context, where because we only have two real political parties, it is very easy for political entrepreneurs to come along and basically say, this is what this party is for, therefore we are against it. Or for people to kind of come up with this idea of, this is what those people are for, and therefore we're against it. And I think this is where you see things that would otherwise not necessarily have been quite so bifurcated fall into almost immediately into polarizing dichotomies, like, for example, around the COVID pandemic, which, at least in the United States context, at the beginning, some of the things that very quickly became polarizing symbols, like mask wearing, were at the beginning a little bit more fluid, and actually wasn't quite so clear cut what they meant in kind of a what they meant symbolically for different kinds of political positions. Another thing that I think is overlooked is the role of religion. And this was alluded to, John says something about something that Ruth Wodak said, referring to Orban in Hungary and the idea of creating a kind of neo-authoritarian based on certain aspects of Christian morality. But I think that also, for example, in the United States, again, the extent to which Donald Trump had been able to consolidate evangelical Christian support, it would be mentioned, but I think it tended to get lost a little bit among some of the other elements that have been mentioned, such as masculinity and certain articulations of race and ethnicity. The religious aspect seemed to be lost. And we think about kind of the millenarian beliefs that motivate a lot of, especially evangelical formulations, and how that kind of links very nicely with populism's understanding of a popular will that needs to express itself and is being held back from its ultimate destiny. I think there's some really obvious points of overlap there. And then one last thing I would say that often goes overlooked is how quickly a lot of these formulations change, and the kinds of empty signifiers, or the contents of the empty signifiers of the people and the elite, and the kinds of alliances that get built up around populist mobilization and populist actors. So for example, when right after Donald Trump was elected, you couldn't, everyone was talking about the alt-right. And now today, the alt-right, at least in the United States, has basically become politically irrelevant. I mean, they've really just dropped off the face of the earth. And I think it's fair to say that their influence, or whatever influence they had under the Trump presidency, has basically melted away. And the new formulation of whatever will come, in 2024, whether it's Trump again or more likely someone along the lines of a Ron DeSantis, I think is going to be a very different articulation. And we need to just sort of keep on top of that, because I think the way that, for example, the alt-right was talked about is like, this is going to be the new defining, this is the new defining characteristic of how right populism is going to be manifest in the United States for, the foreseeable future, and it's already kind of dropped off. In terms of and sorry, Alex, how am I doing on time here?
You got about 4 minutes.
Okay, good. Then I am ready to wrap up with some implications for liberal. I think this is not a particularly original insight, but I think it really obviously is going to depend on different local and national contexts about to what degree right populists are able to alter the fundamental kind of structure of whatever political system they're in. In Hungary, of course, Orban has done a really good job of that for his movement, such that, maybe it's more accurate to call it, as Ruth Wodak was, neo-authoritarianism rather than populist at this point. In other contexts, I think it will really depend on, again, what are populists able to do? How are they able to maneuver within this, kind of the grand art of the possible of politics? What kinds of coalitions can they forge? What kinds of cultural flashpoints are they able to really mobilize people around, and which ones are they are just going to kind of flame out? I think it will really depend on sort of the different trajectories of all those things in and across different societies. I think it'll also depend on to what degree there's a kind of supply of new ideas coming that can kind of filter down from the intellectuals that have been underpinning a lot of this right populist mobilization. If they can kind of keep things fresh in a sense that are able to attract people to it. I was just reading, for example, or rereading Thomas Chatterton Williams' profile of Renaud Camus, who is the French thinker who came up with basically coined the term Great Replacement, which was a very prominent aspect of right populist mobilization in the mid 2010s, when the salience of immigration was, at a peak. That, while you still, of course, see references to that and the rhetoric that is in that area, that seems to have come down a little bit in volume, and it's been replaced a little bit more by, for example, talk about aspects of quote unquote wokeism, or gender ideology, or kind of new things that have sort of taken the place of immigration as the motivating factor for these kinds of movements. So I think it'll depend on whether or not those new ideas are durable enough to really create the kinds of mobilizations that populists would need to really alter the landscape of whatever political system that they're in. So I'll end there.
Great, thanks very much, Chris. That was really interesting. So Alenka, take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much. First, of course, for giving me this opportunity to say a few things about these huge topics of populism. I'm basically a philosopher, so my perspective on it will be perhaps slightly different, perhaps also a little bit more political or politically engaged. I also will be focusing perhaps not so much on what is populism. A lot of very important and interesting things have been already said about this in yesterday and today, but we'll perhaps focus a little bit more on what would it take to efficiently kind of counteract it. So let me just make some of my points also, while also engaging with some of the discussions that took place yesterday. So first, perhaps I would say that liberal democracy is not in crisis because of populism, but rather populism is a kind of one of the expressions of its deep crises, of the deep crises of liberal democracy. So I would like to point out that the collapse of liberal democracy began long before the recent emergence of populisms in the early 1980s, when it turned into a neoliberal democracy. No one called it by that name, but neoliberalism was not only an economic doctrine, but a political doctrine as well. A political doctrine that argued for a withdrawal of politics from economy. So I think it is not simply current populist leaders, but leaders like Thatcher and Reagan who led the first onslaught on liberal democracy in the sense that the term had in the post-World War II era. Without romanticizing post-war liberal democracy, it is fair to say that with its strong emphasis on social democracy, perhaps more than liberal, it succeeded in striking an effective, if precarious, balance between the interests of capital and the public interest. So the triumph of neoliberalism marks the point at which politics stepped back as the main actor of politics, giving capital and its interests more or less free hand by putting itself at the service of those interests, kind of providing their management. Or put differently, what marked a moment when economy ceased to be seen as a political economy, but presented instead as a kind of a neutral, almost natural, apolitical force. So at this moment, people de facto, in most cases, lost all influence over economy because it was not political, or political influence over economy. Second point, populism and liberalism are perhaps not so far apart as it would seem. We could say that populism is a perverted form of neoliberalism, that it exists because something in liberalism allows for this perversion. Let me just point to two examples of that kind of proximity or even complicity of liberalism and populism. They're often being like two sides of the same coin. First, I think anti-liberal rhetoric of populism shouldn't blind us to its own neoliberal side. It is hardly news that neoliberalism caused a vast global social devastation, increased social differences, destroyed public infrastructure, and produced a series of crises. Now, although populist leaders rely on anger, frustration, dissatisfaction of the people, also of some of those who were left behind by globalization, these populist leaders also fully participate in the economic system that got us there. Even when they come, for instance, from ex-socialist countries, and perhaps particularly then, their agenda is not some kind of a leftist socialist agenda calling for change in this neoliberal capitalist order. On the contrary, it is more or less hardline neoliberalism with often this kind of authoritarian note that was already pointed out. So we get something like neoliberal authoritarianism. So, second example, the use of freedom in new populist movements is also very symptomatic, and we had the poster that kind of flagged this. It is very symptomatic of this complicity, perhaps, of liberalism and populism, Isn't it striking and almost funny how recent populist use of the word freedom is a caricature of the classical liberal notion of freedom, with freedom of choice and freedom of speech as its main flagships. It is the logic of freedom of choice and freedom of speech brought to the absurd, ad absurdum, to their most kind of empty and abstract meaning, which is freedom understood as the absence of necessity, as our right to do whatever we please. For instance, openly insult and others and incite hatred against people who are different from us because, hey, remember, we do have the freedom of speech. So I think we cannot fight this by insisting on some other original meaning of freedom, because this travesty did not fall from the sky all of the sudden upon our genuine sense of and understanding of freedom, but has grown out of its concrete social existence and functioning over the past decades. I cannot go into any detail in this, but under the circumstances in which the average citizen's experience of freedom is more or less limited to being able to choose between different kinds of cheese or whatever salami, we can hardly be surprised at the populist caricature of freedom. In many ways, I think the reality of freedom, the real existence of freedom, has become already a caricature of itself. So, of course, I agree that populism is a complex phenomenon, an explosive combination of many things and factors, from economic to psychological, passing through many specific historical circumstances of its local environment, as well as, of course, the power of the new media. We've been discussing all this yesterday. But nevertheless, in the midst of all this complexity, one simple thing is also obvious. Populism, right populism, thrives and has a chance to win mainstream in certain times, in times of social, political, economic crises, crises of the old order, as we also say. And I think we do really live in a major, not only crisis, but actually going through a very important tectonic shift of the world order, including how capitalism is structured. So without this, without what people perceive as major perturbations causing deep anxieties, it has little chance, populism, to be more than a kind of marginal phenomenon. The other factor, so this is not that it's only, the only cause is this, but this is the environment which helps it thrive. The other factor required for the rise of right-wing populism is the lack, I think, of a real political alternative in times of this kind of tectonic shifts. And by this, I mean a kind of more high-profile alternative politics, not just democratic forces clinging to preserve what is already more or less lost. So if there was anything in liberal democracy really worth defending, it would have to be politically reinvented under the new circumstances as a new avant-garde, both economically and socially now, in the present circumstances. The only effective way to fight populism is to wage an active alternative struggle instead of just more or less defending the status quo. And it would also take perhaps to overcome the fear of politics and of anything that smells of radical. And just a look at the current political landscape immediately reveals, I think, two related trends. Ruth Wodak reminded us yesterday of the amazingly rapid progress of normalization and mainstreaming, moving to the center of far-right ideas and agendas. Some 20 years ago, it would have been inconceivable for center and center-right parties to have, let alone openly propagate, some ideas that are now discussed in parliaments as normal, legitimate, whatever. What is happening on the other side of the political spectrum is the exact opposite, or if you like, a logical consequence of it. We do not see anything that looks like radical left ideas making their way into the mainstream, into the center. On the contrary, ideas that in the 60s or 70s were considered quite normal, moderate social democratic ideas are now considered extreme left and pushed out of the game. I'm pretty sure that someone like Olof Palme would be labeled a dangerous left-wing extremist today. And actually, it happened last year in my country, in Slovenia. A center-right-wing party made a push to legally ban the party called the Left, whose program is more or less corresponds to what was once called social democracy, nothing more radical, nothing more. But it's actually, there was this initiative to ban party. So I really think this movement goes only in one direction. So yes, and as many pointed out yesterday, right populist movements have their big and dangerous narratives, but there is also a big and dangerous narrative held by neoliberal democracy, which de facto plays right into the hands of the right. It goes like this narrative. Democracy is threatened from the left and from the right, threatened by right-wing and left-wing extremisms, and the only way to preserve it is to fortify the center. But as it happens again and again, Ruth pointed this out yesterday, in order to fortify the center, we need to win more votes, and the only way to do this seems to be to embrace some of the ideas of the far right, which seem to be winning public opinion. So the center adopts this idea in hope to get more votes. So we talk about the far right and far left as if there existed some kind of symmetry between them. But I'm sorry to say that this is a kind of fata morgana. Their ideas are far from symmetrical, and their presence in the contemporary social space even less so. Where is there any extreme left in the political arena today? Unless, of course, we buy into Jordan Peterson's narrative about what constitutes the extreme left. So this is why I was also a bit stricken yesterday in the debate when you, John, mentioned, perhaps this was a kind of misunderstanding, but kind of mentioned Syriza as an example of left populism. And I was stricken all the more because at the same time, you very rightly pointed out a crucial difference precisely between whatever left and right populism, namely that right populism emphasizes especially the cultural issues. It is a cultural war, essentially. Whereas left populism lays emphasis, as you said, on economy and on economical questions. And for me, this accounts for a fundamental difference between the two and also puts the label of left populism in serious doubt. So for those who were not here yesterday, the debate developed in relation to the question why it happens, and this is really an important question, why it happens that in the countries like Scandinavian countries, which have been hit only very lightly by the economic crisis in comparison to some other countries, the far right parties thrive even more in these rich countries, let's say. And I think both Ruth and John analyses were correct. In Scandinavia's, or let's say, richer countries, far right grows not so much out of economic hardship as out of fear of what they see elsewhere and the fear of losing what they still have or they ever had. And also this goes to what Tina was saying about this fear of white supremacy being lost. And this fear, yes, indeed, is mobilized mostly following cultural parameters and symbols and differences, and is based on total misrecognition or disavowal of the role that of the world economy, which these countries are part of, and the logic of this economy plays precisely in what they fear to lose. Okay, Syriza, on the other hand, emphasized economical changes and this is what was needed to be done, because I believe that it rightly recognized this as nevertheless the core, or if you want, the root of the problem, in the sense being radical, going to the root. If they were if they were looting and calling for all the rich people to be hanged and their property immediately confiscated and all the foreigners and foreign refugees to be deported, I would agree to call this left populism. But however, unsuccessfully in the end and with many strategic mistakes, they did at least try to address the root of the problem, not just blame some whatever. So differently from this, I think populisms, right-wing populisms, are actually false radicalisms. They are not radical in this sense at all. They are very flagrant and very picturesque, but they are, I would say, far from radical. It's just a lot of smoke and bad smoke, suffocating smoke. So,
Alenka, you've run out of time. Could you wrap up?
I'm sorry. Okay, then I have literally 2 minutes, not more, just the conclusion. It's literally 6 lines.
Sure.
So I would just say the far right has its agenda, its impetus, which is now also there because of all these crises. The problem is that we who are supposedly on the other side don't have it. And what we have is this W's argument and distinction about aimed at protecting the center. So by partaking and engaging only in cultural wars, we leave our role in economic and class wars completely unreflected and intact. It is perhaps time so to recognize that to focus exclusively on cultural wars, even if it is to harshly oppose the right-wing stances in them, that this is already embracing, accepting the far-right agenda in the sense of accepting the fight on this terrain exclusively. So just to avoid any misunderstanding, I would conclude by saying I'm not advocating some kind of economic essentialism. I think neoliberalism does this. I'm advocating for a return to political economy, which very well much includes also all these cultural parameters, but recognizing precisely the inseparable connection between economic and political issues and systems. I apologize, very sorry for making, I can shut up in the discussion then, sorry.
No, that was great. Thank you very much, Alenka. Julia, you want to go for it?
Okay, here I am. So yeah, thank you, first of all, for having me. So I'll try not to repeat what has been said already, because some points, of course, connect nicely to what has already been mentioned and discussed. I could only be here for some moments yesterday since I was teaching, but so thank you for the resume. Thank you all the more for that. So a disclaimer maybe before I start. I'm trained in cultural studies predominantly, and I come from gender studies, so I'm not precisely an empirical social researcher, and I'm also not interested in the normative definition of what populism is, but rather how gender functions as part of the workings of what we call right-wing populism. I elaborated on how I understand it also. So with regards to the first part of the question we've been sent, how populism works or what elements are typically overlooked, I would like to emphasize the role of gender that Tina yesterday already has mentioned. And I understand populism also like as a like thin-centered ideology that can be connected to very different projects, like based on a binary Manichaean worldview. And the core concepts, at least according to Mode and Kaltwasser, if we want to describe the phenomenon, are, of course, the opposition between the people, the elite, and the general will of the people, and how this can be mobilized. So the core elements, the pure people versus the corrupt elite. So populism provides a mental map to analyze and comprehend reality and a logic, I would say, to begin with, and as far as I understand it. But for my project and the research I have conducted together with Gabriele Dietze started from the observation of what we call an obsession with gender and sexuality in different arenas as a common feature that we can see in most current versions of right-wing populism or right-wing extremism. I mean, I have plenty of examples. One being with which I usually start really organized talks or have is the first visit by Jair Bolsonaro in 2019 after his election to Donald Trump in the US, after giving him a T-shirt by the Brazilian national team, football team, was that he underscored their common struggle against, among other things, gender ideology and fake news. So this is something he felt related to or united with Donald Trump. And I found this is interesting that this is what he put center stage during this first visit. And other examples are, of course, all these examples, we suddenly see gender ideology being remobilized. The Pope's dictum of gender ideology is ideological colonization for a more global scale or a transnational scale. I think that's also a very interesting take. So the self-victimization of Catholics across the globe, so to say. And and of course, the opposition to LGBTQI activism, gender language, the opposition to education on gender plurality and gender studies more general. And many of my colleagues here in Germany experience this on a daily basis, that their jobs and the work they do is being questioned, me included. So Birgit Sauer, in her landmark 2017 article that unfortunately, as far as I know, has been published only in German, underscored that while gender ideologies have, of course, always been important for right-wingers, only recently, that's a quote, has gender-based strategy moved to the forefront of right-wing populist actors. And that was something that motivated me and Gabriele, who had worked on some of the phenomena already longer, to think in a more systematic way of how gender can be examined in order to understand the workings of right-wing populism and the extreme right from this angle. And we started our research in 2018, bringing together the conference. Several researchers, a collected volume is also based on that. And for this project, we also thought of how to address these diverse phenomena that we try to look at through a gender lens. And for the time being, we opted for the right-wing populist complex because we think it allows us to be more open and to grasp more parts of the complexity and the multiple actors beyond state actors and parties that usually form the main focus of right-wing populism research and particularly theorization, and also to include the transnational and intersectional dimensions that we observed, and not be sort of locked into or limited to clear-cut definition. So in our research, we were interested in the epistemic value of gender, that is as a meta-allegory for different dynamics that had so far not been set center stage in populism research. Of course, gender has been mentioned. There's a lot of work of women in right-wing populism and different aspects, but with the systematic gender lens, this has, of course, changed because other colleagues have also focused more on gender in right-wing populism since our first attempts. But our focus on gender and right-wing populism also serves us to include the dynamic paradoxes, as Gabi calls it, that we consider constitutive for the workings of gender and discourses on the extreme right. So one of the observations we made was that this narrative of a mere backlash when it comes to gender is, of course, right. It's also that, but it's not enough because of the different dynamics. And here we come to the title of this great event, the mobilization also of the language of freedom and of rights, and often also of the defense, allegedly, of women's and LGBTQI persons' rights sometimes in some contexts, and the paradoxes created there, or also the increasing role of women within these fields and movements, I think, is also important and constitutive and needs to be taken into consideration in order to analyze and also do something about these dynamics. For instance, in Germany, I don't know if you're familiar with that, one of the leaders of the Alternative für Deutschland, the AfD, is Alice Weidel. She is an out lesbian woman. right? And she's the speaker of this right-wing party. That's the greatest paradox for many. But this shows us something. Like 30 years back in Germany, we could speak of all the right-wing parties that we had, the Republikaner and so on, of men's parties. I think this is no longer. Think of Sarah Palin, of Giorgia Meloni now in Italy, Marine Le Pen, of course, and many others. So I think that's something we need to take into account. There's a study by the Friedrich Ebert Foundation also titled "The Triumph of Women." And the main observation is that many parties have moved from this mere backlash, women back to the kitchen, to the inclusion of women if they are not feminists. So a narrative that's pro-women but anti-feminism, anti-feminists. So women are included as long as they don't. And LGBTQ groups also. The AfD has LGBTQ, at least a gay and lesbian, I think, like caucus group. And there's an excellent article on that, on someone who did research and interviews with these representatives of this group in our volume also. And these are the things we were also interesting to take into account, right, with regards to how gender works. And for that matter, I personally have sort of focused on some patterns of engendering in right-wing populism that I consider central. I won't have the time to elaborate on all of them. I'll just mention them. I thought to focus a little on the role of media and gender therein, but let's see how far I come, and then in order to also be able to relate my observations to the challenges of liberal democracy. So the first pattern would be gender as an effective bridge in mass media. Of course, in media also sex sells, and topics related to gender often mobilize people. As Birgit Sauer also points out, gender is so useful for the right-wing project because gender reaches people on an emotional basis. So it can be mobilized in order to move people effectively, right? Because everyone is gendered in a certain way. So usually gender topics trigger people in a certain way. Be it the being offended in one's white masculinity, or the opposition to plurality, such perceived threat to the nuclear family, and so on. So gender plays a key role for the gendering of scandals and of others. Also, when it comes to the alleged threat by immigrants to Native women, that's also something allegedly using or defending women's rights, right? We saw that in Germany in the so-called New Year's events in 2015, when supposedly immigrant men attacked women, but also in Donald Trump's dictum of the necessity to build the wall to Mexico, also in order to keep the Mexican rapists out. And here, the interesting interaction of racism and sexism, or not sexism, Gabi calls it ethnosexism, that's sort of the transference of sexism and sometimes homophobia to the immigrant other, be it Muslims, or in this case Mexicans, or immigrants from North Africa in the German case. So these interlinkages that require an intersectional analysis in my view. The second pattern would be the appropriation of women's politics and femo-nationalist alliances. So this would refer also to Sarah Palin's concept of femo-nationalism, the women participating in nativist projects because they profit maybe more from these racist alliances with other men than from cooperating with or fighting for feminist and women's issues. The third one would be white remasculinization. I think this has been addressed here also. Simon Strick's work, of course, is key here, also with regards to everyday practices and discourses and media uses. And the final pattern would be, the fourth pattern, radical religious and femo-global alliances. And here I think gender is also key. If we look into how Citizen Go and other such transnationally working organizations mobilize, this opposition to gender ideology that was invented by the Vatican back in the 90s, but is now being refueled, so to say, is very key. So it's often disguised in their conferences for the family, which is, of course, defending the traditional family and sort of opposing all other forms of kinship and non-heteronormative nuclear sort of arrangements. And also the Pope's dictum of gender ideology is ideological colonization. That's something we also find in some former socialist contexts where it's sort of against the decadent West, where it's more, we've been more emancipated, so we don't need this decadent, deconstructivist Western shit. The Pope, I think, has more, I think he has learned his liberation theology as an Argentinian, so he uses the master's tools here, or to I mean, as leader of the Catholic Church, that's something you have to really invent, to sort of project yourself as the victim of feminists and LGBTQI activists, so to say. And the last pattern would be 5, gendering social inequalities and gendering of fear. And that has to do with also what has been mentioned before, the how gender and issues like other populist discourses are used to shift attention away from economic structures and globalization and so on towards other fears, such as sort of the deconstruction of the family, of order, like heteronormative orders, and security, and fear of immigrants who take away our women, our jobs, and all these, well-known, well-established patterns. Do I have time? A minute or two?
Yeah, a minute.
A minute. Then let me, okay, so I had a lot on media and that I'm interested in, so the logics of media and how they correspond to populist logics, scandalization. I think Ruth Wodak probably has elaborated on that as far as I know her work. So, and also I would be interested in focusing more on digital media. I think we are also observing like digitized culture wars. But to sum up maybe the challenges for implications for liberal democracy, I would say, quoting Wendy Brown, that what I've just described, these struggles are also over cultural hegemony that are related to economic structures. I would like to emphasize that, as reframed culture wars against the background of an all-encompassing neoliberal rationale, right? So if you, in Stuart Hall's terms, we can speak of the current moment as a conjuncture, the condensation or entanglement of contradictions and non-negotiable conflict situations, and the outcome of that is still open. So what radically changes is political communication, sort of leading to the construction of parallel worlds or realities, and effective truth. And here gender is again, I think, central. If truth is something, and Trump and his fellows have contributed massively to that, but also the logics of social media and mass media, I think, that truth is something that I feel, no longer what I sort of perceive as intellectual, as rationally. We already mentioned normalization, but also the contestation to anti-pluralist and anti-emancipatory claims. Yeah, so the point I would maybe like to make is that gender and sexuality topics, but also gender itself as an arena, as a meta language, and as an effective bridge, are not like a minor or add-on issue of right-wing populism, but constitutive and very central for quite a few of the workings, and add to this shift in discourse that has, I think, effectively is working, the normalization of extreme right positions, and also the use of sexist, racist, anti-immigrant positions, leading to this negative freedom that was mentioned before, also that Wendy Brown also calls authoritarian freedom, right? In contrast to classical liberal concepts, one that is based on this I can do whatever I want type of not taking responsibility, just doing sort of, and also not accepting things, the one who thinks differently, to quote Rosa Luxemburg. And maybe I leave it to here, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thanks very much, Julia. 3 really interesting pieces. So let's have questions, and if you could let me know from the reactions panel. Yeah, well, okay, you've all got the hang of it, I guess. Tina, do you want to go first?
Sure. Thank you, everyone. This is just a question for Alenka, or maybe a few questions. Okay, how do I start? I guess I'm thinking in terms of I completely agree with, the notion of culture wars as it's being presented. And yeah, please forgive me for the parts I'm not understanding of what you're saying. But I think for me, I mean, I did work before where I looked at sort of the fantasy of the Muslim and kind of linking that to anxieties around neoliberalism and this imagined fantasy of the Muslims sort of having something prior to neoliberalism, the enchantment of the modern world, et cetera, et cetera. And then I was also using Wendy Brown's stuff to kind of think about a return to kind of politics from neoliberalism and kind of the, kind of classic, almost imagined idea of the political circle of discourse and competing ideas and all that kind of stuff, and that being something lost. But I guess what I'm struggling with now is, any kind of images we have that return to politics prior neoliberalism is very much, Kel Pateman or whatever talks about it very much in terms of this is a patriarchal order. Yeah, so I guess I'm struggling because you're also kind of talking, but I guess I'm also thinking of this as you're saying it, and having some conversations with Todd after that neoliberalism, I guess in itself, except for the fact that it, can privatize women in the home and privatize care and that kind of thing. But, it is kind of very decentering for men in terms of this techno-liberal, which enables women, it does kind of sadly give an opt-out out of some of the patriarchal shit. So in that way, there is some truth to, neoliberalism is feminizing, I guess, in that way, and probably also divorcing, the separation from men, the political from the nation, and those kinds of links. Now, I don't know if I'm making a whole lot of sense, but, and I also know I started reading your book, I haven't finished it, but you very much talk about, the sexual antagonism as, the antagonism. So basically, I'm just looking, if you can help me thinking through any of this, I would be grateful.
Yeah, thank you for these questions. Since I've already overstepped my time during the first part, so I will try to be short. No, I really think, my main point was simply to say that obviously we are fighting now these huge cultural wars, and they are real, and we need to fight them. My idea was not, okay, just forget about this. But at the same time, that this is, as I also tried to suggest, just to limit to ourselves to this already really means accepting the terrain that the far right is imposing, because we were discussing this yesterday as well when we were discussing these differences perhaps in the usage, also differences in the way in which right and left use social media, how the right invented it much before, sooner than this. This is also what Ruth was explaining, so on. So there is a kind of a invention of cultural war, which is in many respects a kind of decoy, I would say, in the sense of Julia also described certain kind of distraction that kind of defines the field of our struggles to the detriment of focusing on what is actually producing not all, but many of the antagonisms that we fight about or for. So in this sense, I really think we need to take these two things together and not to let ourselves be distracted just by this cultural aspect, because it kind of usually cheats with truth. There is this description of populism saying that it is actually this narrative about how corrupted elites are just ruling the world for their own profit at the expense of the ordinary working people. But to some extent, this is even true. I mean, this is very simplified and stupid description, but it's not something that people don't feel. So, and I think what is there with populism is that you have what Freud would call lying with truth. They take something that is that constitutes a real crisis or a real problem, and they produce these false narratives, these false scapegoats and solutions. But part of the force that they have is that there is never the rest some real problem they at least are trying to kind of address. So. But for what you ask in relationship to the gender issue, I think I don't think even with all these authoritarianisms and again all these attempts to whatever ban the abortion and so on, that we are simply returning to some kind of a old-time patriarchy. Here, I kind of agree with Angela Nagel, who already argued that this is a kind of reinvention in a very different constellation, and this is what is very powerful on the right now, because they have this kind of this is a recent political invention. This new populism is not simply regression to some conservative old ideas. There are these ideas which are present, but they are they reinstigate them in this new context in a way that is politically compelling, and it is not simply old patriarchy. And I think it's true what also Julia mentioned before, that we see all these kind of paradoxes now. Powerful women being heads of these movements and so on, as far as they are not feminist, which is to say precisely as far as they are not politically women. I mean, femininity as political factor, this is banned. Political struggle and emancipatory struggle out. But femininity, of course, why not? Women, otherwise, I mean, so this is it's a very complex struggle, and it's not exactly a replica of, let's say, traditional patriarchal values, although we can recognize many of them also in some of these claims. Sorry, I don't know if this makes any sense.
Julia and Chris, I noticed you've got your hands up. Is this a point you wanted to respond to, or did you want to ask questions of your own?
No, maybe just a quick response to.
Yeah, sure, and then I'll go to Rafael.
I'll try to be really brief. Just when you mentioned the neoliberal paradigm and the allyship of or gender workings, I think what we also have to maybe as a self-critique as feminist scholars or thinkers or activists, in how far also certain politics have been complicit with neoliberal logics, because we did not solve the care problem, right? So of course, many more women are sort of integrated into the labor market and emancipated in that sense, full time if possible, and that's sort of celebrated but who does profit from that? The ones who can afford private childcare or care work, right? So and I think this is also where some of the allyship of women with right-wing populism stems from, that they maybe do not see it as very sexy to have it all, to need to have it all. The hatred against Hillary Clinton, who represents this type of feminism also, just maybe is something to think about also in a self-critical way.
It's also true, sorry, that many of these feminists, whatever liberal feminists, they take their pride even in emphasizing that they are not really feminists. They are just for, there is this, it's, okay, there are several kinds of feminism, but I do agree with what you see, absolutely.
Rafael.
Thank you, Alex. Rafael Sobolski, University of Roehampton. Thank you very much for organizing this workshop. Really great presentations both yesterday and today. And I have more of a general comment and a question as well, even though it's not directed at a specific presenter, probably out of the last panel triggered most by Alenka's paper. So I try to be concise. I'm just wondering whether populism is really the best category to use to explain the range of phenomena that we've been discussing here, because what seems to me to be the only uniting feature of different parties and politicians grouped under this umbrella is this opposition that was highlighted in many presentations between the elites and the people, and then populists positioning themselves as representing the people. But this doesn't really tell us much, right? How are the elites and the people defined? Are they defined in racial, ethnic terms? Are they defined in religious terms? Are they defined in economic terms? If in economic or class terms, then yes, the term left-wing populism would certainly apply to people like Corbyn or Sanders or Syriza, but it doesn't really bring them anywhere close to Johnson or Bolsonaro. And I think in many policy areas, we see that there is no distinctive populist response. Take COVID. I mean, the policies enacted or not enacted by Trump were very different from those enacted by the government in Poland, classified as populist. So I'm just wondering whether what we are talking about here is not explained better through the prism of nationalism, fascism, depending on the case study, rather than this very broad, all-inclusive category of populism. Perhaps to this contrast between the elites and the people, you could add the bad political behavior of populist leaders and celebrities. But that's, on the one hand, with the opposition between the elites and the people, it's just a rhetorical device. With this political behavior, it's an outward kind of play. And it resembles to me the concept of totalitarianism that just wanted to bring the extreme left and the extreme right together and demarcate them from the acceptable mainstream of liberal democracy. And I think we get into this issue, Alenka and myself, from different departure points, but I'd agree that neoliberalism is probably a better concept in some cases. I mean, I'm not sure whether I'm making sense, but this is just a general comment. I'm not sure about the usefulness of this concept of populism. So I wonder what others think. Thank you.
Yeah, who wants to? Chris, do you want to take that on?
Sure. Every day I think a little. I am less and less convinced that populism is a meaningful term for all of this, and I think this is why I really focus on this notion of the aspirational aspects of these movements, whatever form they happen to take, and also just recognizing that they're constantly shifting. You know, I think one of the problems of focusing on kind of what are the qualities of populism, is this a populist movement, does it meet these criteria, is that it then sort of locks us in this idea of thinking like, okay, well, you know, it has to fill these criteria for it to be populist, and yet things keep happening and we sort of lose track of it if we don't stay on top of it. So this is why I'm more in favor of thinking about what's actually happening. I mean, you mentioned, for example, COVID responses and Trump, you know, famous case of saying one thing, but on the other hand, you know, dumping a ton of money into developing, you know, vaccines faster than they've ever been developed. And I think that that's part of this notion of like politics in a certain sense gets back to this art of the possible. You know, populists say things and they present themselves in certain ways, and then they govern, you know, in ways that more may or may not resemble those proclamations, depending on, you know, what circumstances are. So I think, you know, we have to understand these movements kind of from the inside out, and especially that just keep in mind that the thing I keep coming back to is they're successful. You know, they're popular. They have supporters. And I think this is another issue that I have when people use terms like racist and sexist to refer to them, because of course they have racist and sexist elements, but if that was all they were, they wouldn't be successful. You know, if you went out and interviewed supporters of whoever, and thinking in the US case, for instance, you know, people that, if you ask them, are you racist? Are you sexist? No. okay, well, why do you support this? They'd probably give a much different kind of answer. And we can say, well, they're under some form of, I don't know, false consciousness, or they're being duped by, whoever. And I just don't think that gets us very far in understanding, like, why do these things actually, or why are they working? They must be presenting something that people are finding compelling. So that's just the kind of thing I keep coming back to. I keep returning to, that I don't think has been really well articulated in too many other places that I can think about.
Thank you.
Julia or Alenka, do you want to come in on
Yeah,
that?
I mean, I would also say that I agree, and I think we've been already coming to this point a little bit yesterday. Some people questioned precisely or the usefulness of this term for the specific work that they are doing in this domain. So I think it is still useful in some conversation, I mean, in some descriptive ways, but it is true that it is far from being precise enough. And what is its flip side of this term also is that very often and more it serves precisely as a kind of empty designator of our scapegoat. That is to say, whatever you just say, oh, they are populists, so the discussion ends. Or just to say, or even what is even, I think, perhaps more dangerous, to just see populisms, whatever we put in this category, as our main problem. I mean, it is a huge problem, and the presence is overwhelming if we take populism in this very, very vast general sense, but it is not the main cause of the problem, I would say. So sometimes we then talk about populism so as not to talk about perhaps things that are very much fueling it and in playing it, but in a way, for me, most of the discussions also that we've had, I mean, perhaps the rise and the mainstreamization of the far right would be a more precise issue here, to say that this is really happening. It's empirically very well proven, and so what is going on there? And this is a shift in politics. It is not simply only in political rhetorics, but so yeah, including what Chris keeps coming back to, that is to say, what is it that they have to offer which some other political actors do not, and which is not simply reducible to these negative categories? Like, is it just about people need to be passionate and hate others and so on, or what is it also something different?
Julia, did you want to have any?
Yeah, just very briefly. I also agree that populism is not necessarily a good descriptive term, but I think it's helpful in order to understand some of the logic of this extreme right, if you want to call it that, or right-wing populist complex that we're all talking about, these phenomena. And since you mentioned left-wing populism, I work a little on the Americas, and in Latin America, at least, of course, there's a very different notion and tradition of populism, really like speaking for the people from below. In a left-wing, like Evo Morales would be a typical populist, El Pueblo, not this nativist national sort of body of the people, but a very different one. And here Argentina would be, the example. So just as a footnote to maybe include in some.
Yeah, but then, as it was said before, we kind of lose because I still think we are mostly here to use populism in this pejorative sense. So it is bad, it is all, we should, but in the cases that you mentioned, I wouldn't necessarily use it in this sense, or it's not exactly the same thing. I mean, there is some emancipatory potential, which I don't see in the likes of whatever, Orban or some other people who are aligning with this in Europe.
Great. Victoria.
Hi, yeah, I just had a question for Julia. So I was really interested in how you were talking about kind of gender as something that mobilizes, and also talking about gender as, I think you said, an effective bridge. And you were talking about how opposition to gender ideology can be a mobilizer. And it made me think about I just wondered if you'd considered a group of feminists in the UK who call themselves gender critical feminists. So they mobilize around kind of anti-trans issues. And what's interesting, I think, about the UK case is that a lot of these trans exclusionary feminists begin, broadly positioned in a kind of centre left, and they end up, through their involvement with kind of anti-gender or trans exclusionary politics, they end up in alliance with the right. So this happens in we've got a very prominent feminist philosopher, or a philosopher who describes themselves as feminists, who was at Sussex University, which has a reputation for being very progressive, who resigned and has now taken up a position in a kind of free speech university that's being set up in the US, and with members of the faculty who are kind of, quite well known for white supremacist views, for example. Or we have, like, at the moment, a journalist called Hadley Freeman who wrote for The Guardian, and has now taken up a position with a right-wing newspaper called The Times. So there's this kind of movement from centre left to right, and so some people are talking about anti-gender as a kind of left to right pipeline or something like this. So I was just wondering if you'd looked at those cases where it's actually mobilizing force from left to right, and I was just wondering what you thought about that.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning this. Of course, I'm observing these phenomena with great interest. I haven't sort of done research on them, but I see some parallels in what I did mention of one of the arguments against gender studies, gender ideology, being that this is sort of an imposition on societies that have already been emancipated in rather, for instance, former socialist societies. And some feminists also argue that we are already fully emancipated. We don't need this exaggerated deconstructivist sort of gender notion that goes to LGBTQI inclusive and so on. So, but it would be interesting, of course, to elaborate more on that. But I think there's diverse movements. What they might have in common, or what the common denominator might be, that's just one of my first guesses, is this naturalization or sticking to naturalization of certain gender categories, this fear of something getting lost, of the order gets destroyed if we accept trans women as women, or other positions or family models than the ones we hold dear and sacred sometimes in religious context. So this would maybe be an interesting point of entrance. But thank you for bringing it up.
Okay, and Simon, you can ask the last question, I guess, because we're just about to wrap up.
Well, thank you so much. It wasn't really a question. I was trying to get back like to what Chris said, and I think the centrality. I think I kind of like pointed it out yesterday a bit. Like when you follow, I call it the alternative right, the alt-right, and when you follow them, my research has been like 5 or 6 years of surprising alliances, of shifting alliances, of the anti-vax movement. Comprising people from right-wing populism to fascism to a somewhat left, to feminist positions, to housewives, to people from East Germany or things like that. I think important what Chris said, that there is an appeal, but the danger of talking about right-wing populism all the time, it's the same everywhere. It's the same in India, it's the same in Brazil and whatnot. And this is not really true. But you have very local dynamics and surprising alliances that are happening under this, well, I call it like effective politics that we are describing, a right-wing neo-fascist affective politics, which binds surprising actors together. And I think that's so important. And we see it in Germany right now with what Victoria said with the anti-trans agitation, where you have self-declared like leftist gynocentrists or gender criticals, as one could call them, like essentialist feminists, banding together with neo-fascist actors and others in a kind of like media culture war blitz. And nobody's really like, they're not forming a party. They're just forming like shock troops in the media to provoke certain culture war topics. And this is, I think, so I tried to talk about it yesterday with the heterogeneity of the right wing. And I think that's really, really, really super important to, at least to my work, to follow that. But thank you so much for the wonderful talks today.
Chris, go on.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I didn't mention this, but I think the role of affect is really, really essential and something we need to really focus on. There's a American cultural theorist, William Connolly, may have heard of, who has this notion of the resonance machine. And it's a kind of term for trying to describe how all these sort of seemingly contradictory things nevertheless can form this, what appears as a very sort of coherent set of feelings and ideas that generally channels some kind of resentment and rage towards another group of people. So he developed it in the context of the George W. Bush presidency and the evangelical capitalist resonance machine, which is what he called it, which, was a formulation that is completely, or not completely, but has largely shifted in a very different direction now. But for those years was extremely powerful in articulating a certain kind of feeling that united people. And I think the corollary of that is a lot of, we, as people who are interested in politics, we have a sort of, I don't know how you describe this, but like a politics bias in the sense that we assume that the people who are involved in these kinds of ideas and affects and movements are politically active and politically interested. And I think the reality is a lot of them are actually fairly apolitical, or at least they would call themselves, they would understand themselves to be apolitical. And in the sense of not being particularly interested in parliamentary politics. And yet they're enrolled in these very extremely politicized, discussions around things because they're drawn into different kinds of affective formulations. So I think that's something that's really important to keep in mind, that, we sort of have a very broad understanding. And I think, most of us probably do, but I think we also sometimes fall into the trap of thinking that people who adhere to a certain kind of political, or, are resonate with a certain kind of political movement are themselves sort of politically active in the classic sense, when I think the truth is, many of them are probably not.
Okay, right. Let's wrap it up. Thanks very much, everyone. I can thank our panelists for their fantastic talks and thought-provoking talks. And then we'll reconvene in about 10 minutes.
Yes, let's go for, something like somewhere around 20 past. Just one thing to ask you. If you've come in as Tina Manahan, maybe just leave yourself muted, but don't log out, so we don't have to sort of change you back again. So if you just make yourself mute and switch the video off.
I don't know why I'm Tina.
Another Tina.
So, I think you logged on for. I can change you if you like now. Well, sorry, let me. Can
Would the gender critical feminists take issue with that if you change?
Absolutely.
I'm Robbie. Robbie Shilliam. Yeah.
Robbie. So what's your second name?
Shilliam. SH. I put it in the thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Could I just say just that some of the Oxford Brookes staff won't be present at the next panel because we've got our union branch meeting. So it's a really unfortunate piece of scheduling. And so I just wanted to apologise on my behalf and on behalf of some of my colleagues who I know we're really hoping to attend the next panel. But yes, as
I mentioned in the beginning that this was going to happen, but you can jump back in if you feel like it at 5 o'clock, because we'll be sort of having this sort of tying up discussion as well. So if you're still around, obviously, it's already quite late at 5, but if the shop will still be open at 5 o'clock. Okay, see you in 10 minutes then.
Thanks, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Daniel, I just wanted to ask, sorry, you're muted. I just wanted to ask, I'm chairing the next session and I wasn't sure how to pronounce your surname.
So, sorry, it's Rennick, so the W is silent.
Sorry.
Yeah. Where are you?
Oh, can you see me? I'm Chrissy.
Chris, doesn't matter. I hear you very well.
Oh, okay. So I was just wondering how to pronounce, because I see on the paper you're Daniel Drache? Is that right?
Not so B minus.
What do I have to do to get an A plus?
Oh my God! Don't say that, Chrissy. I think you're A plus plus. Drake.
Drake. Okay, great. I'll do that. Thanks. Sorry, I think you're muted again.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I'll see you in a bit.
Okay, that's fine.
Thanks.
We're still waiting for Dana, and is Barry speaking? Tina, is Barry speaking again on this panel? He's down
No,
now.
I think it's Robbie Shilliam and
It's Robbie, isn't it? Yes.
Daniel
Sorry, I'm looking
John.
at them out of date.
Yeah.
So it's Robbie, isn't it?
Robbie Shilliam and Daniel Renwick, as well as Daniel Dration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I won't be able to spotlight them yet because they're not back. I don't think so.
Bodana's here.
No, Robbie's there,
And Robbie's there.
So yeah, so we've got Robbie. Who else have we got again? Sorry.
Daniel Renwick.
Yeah, he's not back yet.
And Bogdana, I'm here.
And Bogdana, who's here. Yeah. Let's just check in case Daniel's here and he might not just have his video on. Daniel, are you around?
John, I'm gonna be giving our presentation, and Dan is going to be doing the conversation part. So if he's not quite here right now, we could still get.
Can always kick off. Yes, as
Yeah.
soon as he appears, then I'll put a spotlight on him, and he'll come in. So yeah.
I'm here. Sorry, I was just on mute, guys.
Oh, okay. Could you turn your video on? Oh no, because I think I need that to put you in the middle. To spotlight you. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'll spotlight Daniel when he's ready. Perhaps maybe. Yep. There you go. Yeah. Okay. Brilliant.
Do you want me to start, John?
Yeah.
Okay. Great, thank you, and welcome to this last panel of the two-day roundtable workshop. My name is Chrissy Steenkamp. I'm from Oxford Brookes University, and I'm usually the co-director of the Centre for Global Politics, Economy and Society with Tina Manahan. But while Tina is away on career break, I am sailing the ship as the main captain. So just with that hat on, I just want to congratulate both John and Tina for putting this workshop together and for getting this great, panel of speakers together as well. I think it's been really interesting and really thought-provoking. I think it's been a huge success. So well done to John and Tina. Okay, so without further ado, let's get on to this last panel. We've got Daniel Drake from York University. We've got Bogdana Carello, also from Oxford Brookes University, Robbie Shilliam from Johns Hopkins University, and Daniel Renwick who's an independent videographer and writer. So as before, I will ask each of these speakers to sort of use 15 minutes to give us their thoughts or their approach to the question of populism, and then we will open it for discussion. So shall we start with Daniel Drake, if you're ready, Daniel?
Yes, so I want to say how much I've enjoyed Tina and John.
Yeah, sorry, we lost your sound there for a moment.
Okay. It's been quite a feast.
I don't know if it's just me, but I seem to lose your sound.
Yes, I think you're sort of partly muted. I'm not quite sure why.
I think it
Okay,
might
I'm going. What?
It goes on and off all the time. At least this is how I perceive it.
Let me see. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to get rid of this thing on my. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
Okay. Perfect. So I wanted to say to thank John and Tina for this conference and to say how much I've enjoyed it. I wanted to say that the format has been very effective in creating an alternative to a standard academic format where people give papers. And here people have connected with a very difficult and slippery but important subject on the populist insurgency, which has swept the world. So what have we learned about this insurgency? So, first of all, it's a global insurgency. I think this is quite curious that in our book, Has Populism Won? The Assault on Liberal Democracy, our first job really was to try to assess the extent and magnitude of modern populism as a force today. But all of us know that it has very long antecedents in all countries, taking different shapes, particularly on the left. And since the recent period, mainly, now, of course, it is a force of extremism and conservatism. But within the current framework, and I was quite surprised, no one really spoke at any length. Obrador is a left populist in Mexico, 110 million people. How does he define it? Pro-poor. And actually, if you look at Obrador and Boric and others in Latin America, they have a very different political focus. But I think the first thing that we need, even late in the day, is some definition of what populism is. Now, my view is, if you don't like the term, use some other term. But I think that's a big mistake, because today, the framing of government and governance in more than 35 countries around the world are self-identified as populist. So there must be a reason for this. And because people on the left don't like the term, is not a reason not to use it or to think about it critically. So populism is a way of framing a political message that places grievance and anger front and center. So it's not about principles like in liberalism or socialism or Marxism or feminism. It's a frame that places grievance and anger at the core. So it's very pliable and adaptable. And Simon, I had made these comments. He's gone to pick up his kid. But he made the comment about its heterogeneity that's different all over the world. But it is similar in some respects. So what are the key elements? Well, now the key elements are crystal clear. The trigger event was the global immigration crisis in the 90s from the war in Syria, hyperglobalization. Secondly, a reserve army of economic losers in the hundreds of millions. The takeover and radicalization of a major party. This is an extraordinary event, right? They are deeply implanted, embedded in political systems because they were very different from the first wave anti-globalizers, right? Which were in the beginning of 2000, who never took over a party and had no vehicle to implement their program. So this is big time when you take over the Conservative Party of Britain, Conservative Party of Canada, the Conservative Party in the Republicans in the United States, Modi in India, which didn't take over the Congress, but developed his party in a completely different way, took it from a much smaller force to a major force. So we see this across the globe. Now, the other thing is that most political scientists and sociologists are wrong. They said the populists could never come to power, and they thought that they couldn't win elections. Well, empirically, what we showed in our book as Populism Won is they keep winning and getting reelected despite their frontal attacks on Constitution, the rule of law, various groups throughout society. So, and that the big men, the authoritarian leaders, all have mastered social media. That's really interesting for us. They have big personalities, the big dogs, male, the toxic male personality that Tina mentioned and underscored, is embedded in the DNA and structure of these populist movements, right? Remember, populism is a framing message. So we have to rethink how we theorize and analyze this phenomena, right? Because it has no principles, but it has goals. And you must make a distinction between a principle-based ideology, which all of us studied at uni, and a goal-oriented, which is to smash and dismantle the system. Now, some people here said it's very bad that they're negative. Who cares? If you keep winning elections, right? If you count the votes and follow the money, you can see that this is not a phenomena that is transitory, right? That's the test of all political system. Votes and money, and they've got the votes and they've got the money. 500 million people voting. Now, I'm no longer a young man of 20. I regret this. But I used to read George Lukács about false consciousness. Now, some of you may know who George Lukács is. I don't know if you do. But this is the conundrum about thinking that this is an example of false consciousness. So my theoretical universe is not false consciousness, but what is the power and message of populism that resonates? Right? So, and we have to think a lot about this because of identity politics, which is the gold standard of political life today, which has upended the left-right binary that most of us identify with. Most of us, maybe everyone on this conference identifies with. So if you upend the left-right binary, the left-right, binary, which is defined politics since 1946, full employment capitalism, we're obviously into a very different world, which hypothesis is, like the novel, you cannot go back home again. You cannot reverse course and say, oh, we're going to get the welfare state. We're getting full employment capitalism. We're getting monetarism. We're getting just the old neoliberalism. Everything changes when you upend basic structures of discourse and narrative across the world. So the perspective that is interesting to think about which we had to think about in order to answer the question is this a new period? Now, I know I sound like I think it is. I will confess I think it is. But it's more interesting for everyone to test the proposition. Full employment capitalism creates a different kind of society in 1945 to 1980. Monetarism and neoliberalism rules the roof and redefines state, market, citizen relations from the 80s to 2015, 16. It could be the earlier crisis, but we have to think more about that. But it's the conjuncture of events of the global immigration crisis, Brexit, and Trump. It all takes place in a very short time that changes, I think, significantly this basic changes the structure and values that become predominant in many societies. So I want to make some other points, and I want to end on some stuff that we haven't really talked about. So there are two big points. First, empirical research shows that in many countries, hate speech, the big lie, and outright fabrication win elections and is now an established part of retail politics. In Brazil, this is true. In Israel, in India, Nicaragua, Turkey, Italy, Hungary, Russia, to name only the obvious examples. So we're living in a period of extremism on the right in a way experts never thought possible would be saleable to the middle class and the working class voter. That's what's different. And more alarming with the big lie and the hate speech is the attack on human rights, minority rights, religious rights, sexual minorities, immigrants, women, ethnic and minority rights to a degree that is unprecedented and is all well documented. So it's a lot of not only the attack on constitution and rule of law, but accompanied by a great deal of violence of different kinds. And the primary goal of the populist right, and it was, I didn't agree with some of the comments in the last section. People haven't thought hard enough or clearly enough about the populist agenda, is to curb government power at the national level, but more generally, the role of government in the economy and society as a regulator and counterweight to the market. So that's their primary goal, is to curb government power. At the same time, the authoritarian right is extending the power of government to set standards and norms with respect to reproduction, privacy, religion, education, and health. So most of us are friends. That's not a controversial thing to say, but we have to be clear that it's one level curbing government, the other extending it. Now, we're sophisticated people. I think we can see that it's possible to walk and chew gum at the same time, right? This is less government, but more government in the areas that directly affect the individual. So the theoretical notion behind populism is to wrest the nation from the long regulatory reach of the state. So the populist wants to protect the nation from the state, right? As a foreign force, the state is intrusive. It's going to tell you what to do. Wear a mask, right? So one of the support for the expansion and growth of populism has been the anti-vax movement. Like, there are a lot of anti-vaxxers, even in Canada, a peaceful kingdom, so-called, with all the same, this is, of course, peaceful compared to the United States, because people can't own guns in Canada, but people are shot, and we have many problems, like most countries, because we're a capitalist society, which brings DNA problems with it. But the point is here that this whole idea of the appeal of the populace is to rescue the nation from the state. Now, for us, it's very difficult to understand that. And we say, you're crazy, this doesn't compute, etc. But that's the project. You might not like it, but you got to understand it. And
Daniel, I'm just keeping an eye on the time here. I think we're sort of over your 15 minutes. So
oh my God. So can I have one last moment?
Sure, yes.
So where does, anyway, I wrote a talk, a much longer talk for this. It's always useful to do it. So where does this lead me to? I think the panelists are so interesting. It leads me to Umberto Eco on fascism. So his theoretical idea is that in every society, there are these deep grievances that can be built on and triggered. And today, the grievance is one of defending, in many countries, white privilege. And that the grievance against the foreigner is to protect the native core from the outsider and from enemies. This is not a very pleasant view of the world, but it is spread because of grievance and injustice and a politics based on the mass psychology of anger and hate. And I think we should look very carefully at Umberto Eco's theorization, because it's open-ended and you can see how it works in so many different situations. Sorry about talking so much.
Not at all. That was very interesting. Thank you. And that's a great way to end as well, and to lead into our next speaker, who's Bogdana Carrillo. Bogdana, over to you. And you've also got 15 minutes. And when we get to after 15 minutes, I'll remind you.
Okay, thank you so much, Chrissy, and thanks all for surviving until this point, and even see one of my students here, so that's great. Well, so the perspective I'm coming from lies at somewhere at the intersection of security studies and also East European studies, but the primary basic approach from which I started, it used to be the stylistic approach to populism, which imagines populism as a style of performing politics, and it pays attention to not only what populists say about the people, but also the aesthetic ways through which populists enact those people into being. But also, as for a security scholar, what was striking for me is that this approach began highlighting the propensity of populists towards the construction of crises and insecurity. And this is something that was mentioned yesterday as well here. So what was unclear, though, was how this first part, the performance of the people, or the construction of the people, connects to the construction of crisis and insecurity. That's remained under-theorized, and that's what my work has been addressing in the previous years. And there are also three other things that I consider to be generally overlooked in the study of populism. So first of all, although the speeches of populist leaders have been well studied, little is known about how security claims can be made through more non-verbal means. Secondly, most research has focused on the actions of high-profile leaders, disregarding the role of those who we typically consider as audiences. And finally, much of the empirical focus has tended to fall on Western contexts and right-wing populism. So as a result, from my perspective as a security scholar, what I can see is that the understanding of how populists do security and also how security might change between different populist movements has been rather narrowly centered on negative exclusionary meanings of security, and also the kind of politics at stake has not been researched in a different way. So populism as a result continues to be associated with personalistic male leaders, passive audiences, Western contexts, and normatively negative visions of security. So in defining populism, in one of my articles, the very first on populism, I first reimagined populism as a style of not only politics, but also securitization. That is a style of constructing security issues. And I argued that I define populism as a performative enactment of the people, which tends to involve some element of securitization. So there is some element of the presentation of the people as in danger. And that doesn't mean that populists always have to invoke the idea of security, but what they do invoke, in my opinion, generally, I don't want to generalize too much, but still, is the concept of societal security, and I should explain what I mean by that. So it is the idea that securitization is integral to the construction of identity of the subject. And that the construction of the identity of the people in turn involves the identification of the other that threatens that identity. So in doing so, populists simultaneously construct the very identity which they claim to defend, because that identity doesn't exist prior to this moment of, claiming that there is something that threatens that identity. And what that means is that that identity becomes inherently precarious because it constantly requires identification of the new threatening others in order for it to exist. So it is reliance on antagonistic othering. I also argued that one of the distinct features of populism is the aesthetic that it brings to security, which is similar to kitsch. So something that panders to the taste of the masses and is inappropriate and in poor taste in the eyes of the so-called elite. So an example could be Trump calling migrants rapists and saying that they threaten the white people. So this contrasts with the traditional aesthetic of security, which we all know. Just by looking at the news, you can see that top decision makers tend to speak in security while having good manners, dry scientific language, emotional neutrality, some kind of technical rationality, and just overall presentation of themselves in an official fashion. So I'm just trying to simplify that and show how that contrasts with the populist aesthetic of security, which tends to transgress the norms of the establishment and reminds more of an everyday talk of security that we all have in like coffee shops or at home. So it embodies the mindset of the ordinary person. So what I want to do in my research is also, I began with right-wing populism and then I moved away. And I try to shift the focus away from towards studying how the collective subject of the people is being collectively constructed with the help of not only the leader, but also the audiences. So the ordinary people that participate in populist movements. And in so doing, I was trying to challenge the view or counterbalance the typical focus on populism as a top-down phenomenon. And also to study the different concerted and embodied actions that underpin the construction of the people, which inevitably involve numerous and various actors. And drawing on the theory, on the performative theory of public assembly by Judith Butler, in my work, I study how different, linguistic and bodily performances in public assemblies work to construct a certain image of the people. And so what's important is the speech, gesture, and the very act of occupying the space, whether that's an online space or an actual public space like a square. Okay, so what are the implications of this conception of populism for liberal democracy? And before I answer the question, I should clarify that for me, populism is a normatively ambivalent phenomenon that, depending on the context, can be both a threat but also a corrective to liberal democracy, and it can have both exclusionary and inclusionary features. I also understand populism as a gradational phenomenon, so it's a matter of degree. Some actors may draw on it occasionally and minimally, and others will tend to deploy it more chronically and intensely. So my answer to the question of the implications is that they depend on the context very much and the populist movement in question. And now I want to invoke 3 examples that I have researched to demonstrate that. So the first example is the right-wing populist movement in Poland, which is associated with the Law and Justice Party, but is definitely not limited to, the head of the party or the chairman, Kaczynski, but includes a variety of civil society groups, radical nationalist civil society groups. And they have tended to portray sexual and reproductive rights and general liberal values as this kind of devices that global liberal elites use to destroy traditional Christian societies. And this enactment of this security discourse, in essence, has taken place in public assemblies, namely the Independence March, which is like the annual rally that's dominated by these groups and that often have representatives of the ruling party being present in those rallies. So through such gatherings, these actors have tried to call for the need to protect the Polish nation, but also symbolically safeguard it by gathering together. Often those rallies involve violence, and at one point, for example, there was this arson attempt where the participants walking past a balcony with rainbow flags, and they basically set it on fire. So that's one of the means of, protecting their national identity and depicting the people both under threat, but also symbolically defending them. So this is definitely a negative example of the implications. But also looking at Poland, I noticed, and this came up in one of my conversations with one of the leaders of the feminist movement in Poland, before I even started researching populism, and she said that, yeah, I know our movement has become quite populist, but I don't see anything wrong with that. And that made me think that perhaps I should consider how populism works beyond right-wing variety. And indeed, after that, me and a couple of others, scholars who study Poland, have noticed that there are elements of populism present in this feminist movement called All Poland's Women's Strike, which arose in response to the attempts to ban abortion. So what I noticed that the movement has employed some elements of populism, especially the ones that I mentioned in my conception of populism, but in a manner that was disruptive of right-wing populism and also supportive of liberal democracy. So one of the features, there are 3 features that make this the case of feminist populism. Populist feminist, not vice versa, because I don't want to reduce the movement to populism, but it's just feminist elements of populism. So they present themselves as ordinary women speaking in the name of all people of Poland, not just women. Secondly, they reiterated this dichotomy between, the elite and us, so the ordinary people. And thirdly, they also spoke of, the need to secure women, the abortion being a question of women's security. So the language of security was being actively used. And the construction of the people happened in, again, public assemblies, through acts such as, occupying churches, singing, shouting together, occupying streets, and so on. But as we can see, the implications of this movement for liberal democracy have been much less negative, in my opinion, because the movement has openly supported liberal democratic values, and it represents itself as a struggle for, human rights, for democratic values, for, restoration of judiciary independence, LGBT rights, and so on. And another case that I want to bring to the table is that of Volodymyr Zelensky in Ukraine. And I see his type of populism to be liberal with some nationalist undertones. And he's definitely a populist, I think, because he's tended to present himself as this outsider figure who's entered politics without any prior experience in politics, and his TV shows for years have, and still, they ridicule and make fun of political elites. And his self-presentation right now, you can just tell that, unshaved face, dressed in, hockey sweatshirts, cargo trousers, using language, at least in Ukrainian, that's less formal and so on. So he's presenting himself as a very kind of populist, and his views are moderately nationalist. But you have to keep in mind the circumstances right now that, there is war. So his language, he's been quite chameleonic. So before the war, his language was not nationalist at all, and now it's become nationalist. But again, I would not be that skeptical about the implications of his populism for liberal democracy, because he is, of course, openly supportive of it. And he combines his liberal rhetoric with this emphasis on the need to protect the nation, which is quite nationalist, but in a civic sense. And his conception of the national identity has clear liberal values present in it. And he appeals to not only different minority groups within Ukraine, but also to various audiences outside of Ukraine. Okay, so these three case studies show that populism can vary greatly, its form and also its implications for liberal democracy. So this brings me to my conclusion. And the main takeaway in my talk today is similar to that of Chris. And the point I want to make is that populism varies greatly depending on the context and actors in stake. And what I call for is the need for more locally grounded investigations into how agents, particularly grassroots ones, may come together to lay claim to security in the name of the people. And what I also want to stress is that we must refrain from establishing a master narrative of what populism means for liberal democracy. I want to refute the idea that populism has this unchanging nature that's antithetical to liberal democracy, because in the end, populism is not an objective phenomenon, it's a construction. And as I've shown, movements can act in the name of liberal democracy and may not be anti-populist, may actually draw on some populist motifs to mobilize audiences. So it is necessary to avoid prescribing some essentialist properties to populism, also because there is a fundamental ethical problem involved in studies in populism, which in my view lies in the fact that agents whom we study almost never identify themselves as populists. Populism is largely a pejorative term that we attach to actors whom we additionally often dislike, and we do so without their consent and disregarding how they actually conceive of themselves. So the problem here is that it's not that we should stop doing it, but we should more often critically reflect on our own involvement in the research process and the prejudices that lead us to present certain actors in this way. And that's what I find to be normatively problematic, in the sense that it's a problematic that we have to discuss this. It should be up for discussion. So that is why theoretical openness and normative awareness should be the vital prerequisites of any study on populism. Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Badana. Absolutely excellent timekeeping to the second. Right, and that brings us then to our last presentation by Robbie and Daniel. Daniel Drake, I noticed that your microphone is on. You might want to switch it off. It just can cause feedback a bit later. Okay, so I guess, Robbie, I think you're going to do the talking. Are you?
Yeah, I'm going to do the initial talking, and then Dan would be doing the discussion afterwards. Yeah.
Perfect. And you've also got around 15 minutes.
Great, thank you. And thanks to John and Tina for inviting us both. We appreciate that. We've both been busy with various things the last day or two, so we're apologising for not being part of the conversation all the time. I always hate that when people do that to me, so all I can do is beg forgiveness. The thing that we're giving today is comes out of a book that we published recently with Agenda Press, and it's part of this 80th anniversary of the Beveridge Report. So we wrote a book on squalor. So we're kind of thinking through some of the things that we dealt with in there. So this is the kind of think piece coming from there, and it connects a little bit to Daniel's point about the heterogeneity of populism, and especially to Bordana's point about looking at populism, looking at the audience, or even considering that populism isn't always a kind of top-down project. So the first question was, what elements of populism do you think are typically overlooked? So we would say that populist appeal is neither left nor right. Populism is ethereal. It's the coffee shop talk, the saloon talk, the barbershop talk. It's in a sense the intersection between the will of the people and common sense. But in a crucial sense, it exists outside of the parameters of the state and its institutions. So populism often breeds off communalism more than community. In other words, it works off the informal structures of the people rather than the modalities of the state. Now, it's true, as control of information in the form of media, social media, and propaganda have only fortified and become more hegemonic. The will of the people and the will of corporations have come to be represented as a unity. Complementing this, however, is the fracturing of the political class under the pressure of the post-financial crisis. Since 2008, some elements of this class have framed their position in a fratricidal manner, confronting avaricious and traitorous fellow elites in defense of the deserving commoner. And additionally, that deservingness has increasingly been articulated through xenophobic and racist categories. And in a way, both left and right party structures, to different extents, have taken part in this framing. And we're thinking especially here of Britain, but you could make the case in some other places too. So the logic of populism today is one that gravitates to the right by signalling that bread and butter issues are really issues of lost social status vis-a-vis undeserving and inferior groups. And even the pursuit of corporate interests is refracted through this populism with uncertain economic results. And so the populism of electoral and party politics seeks to bind together disparate and seemingly incommensurate forces towards a popular and unified end. And the broad strokes of its brush are very slapdash. They paint over delicate patterns of identity with arrows that point towards a unified end. The far left and the far right don't come together like a horseshoe, but they do play to the same crowd. They're building and seeking en masse and using popular resentments to fashion their people who they promise, and usually only ever promise, a better tomorrow in exchange for struggle today. Now, whilst we don't advocate ignoring this formal field of politics, we do believe that populism is never fully commanded by it. And so we argue that it's only through the solidarity that comes with shared experience and anguish that a new humanistic populism might emerge. In other words, we want to think through what possibilities for such a populism exist if we analytically focus on the bread and butter issues rather than the status obsession. Specifically, we suggest that the organized negligence of housing in modern Britain has revealed a commonality between different demographics and classes, and where a necro-political reality confronts more than just the usual suspects. We want to view a future populist project, both in terms of its pitch and tone, through the prism of squalor, housing, and specifically Grenfell Tower. We're especially interested in this unwieldy grassroots populism. Like Bodara, we don't moralize it. It's neither essentially good or bad, and it's shot through with gender, race, ethnic, national, and regional fractures. Neither does it proceed untouched by more institutionalized populisms. But that said, when we think with Grenfell Tower, we start to conceive of power battles emerging either over the state itself or for the sanctity and independence of counter-state institutions developed by the people, or the denizens. The demands for bread, work, and decent housing tend to translate into political ideologies or consensuses that counter the state and its institutions. Oftentimes, this communalistic avenue doesn't lead to meaningful politics. This populism becomes a bargaining chip for ambitious activists and representative organizations. Their populism rallies and rouses, playing with a mass in the hope of radical concessions. Hyperbole and fury are deployed to create a closed fist in the body politic with the hope that the gathering alone will elicit the necessary changes. We should remember that from the Chartists onwards, liberal democracy in Britain took its modern form by an attempt to reform conservative political and economic institutions against the spectre of more radical upsets. Well, none of this is a new idea in the academy or in practice, but we do think that most analyses of these last 10 years are strikingly bereft of this latent, diffuse, mercurial dimension of populism. The media-savvy politicians who have pursued the right-wing populist term have perhaps drawn our intellectual and political attention away from grassroots populisms, which are charged with a sense of the people that cuts through and across elite interests, desires, and pretensions. So then the next question is, what are the implications for liberal democracy? Well, to address that question, we focus on the community around Grenfell Tower. The faux populism of the right may deny the right of the multiracial community that made up Grenfell to exist in Britain, but the community existed and it's replicated across the country. Many of those who died in the fire were British citizens. Contrary to media reports, the largest demographic were Brits, then Moroccans. Many of the Britons who died in Grenfell were racialized as other, but within the community of North Kensington, which self-defines by its conviviality, such differences were unexceptional. Grenfell was not a crime self-induced by the habits nor habitations of those deemed other. It did not happen because hundreds of illegal immigrants lived there, as Tommy Robertson claimed. It didn't happen because Muslims were playing with explosives, as Katie Hopkins heavily insinuated. It happened because industry was allowed to run amok. It happened because regulations were torn asunder. It happened because age-old discriminations were allowed to re-emerge and lay roots in a culture of contempt. Grenfell was the outcome of what we have called organized negligence. And in modern Britain, there's a grassroots political populist appeal in fighting back against organized negligence. Grenfell was not a victim of the old, as some of the politicians on both left and right decreed in the wake of the fire. It was not the age of the high-rise that bred the disaster. Rather, it was the neoliberal era. As Britain deregulated, industry seized upon the elastic language of deregulation. Industry stretched the words of documents like approved document B to such a point that materials adorned high-rises that shouldn't have been put on dock kennels. They sold cladding that they knew was combustible and targeted the sale authorities regenerating high-rise blocks throughout the UK. But it wasn't just the old houses that were being built with combustibility baked in. Peter Apps, the deputy editor of Inside Housing, estimates that up to 2/3 of modern houses in Britain could have serious fire defects. Britain had the chance to synergize its regulations with the EU, which would have closed the loopholes industry were exploiting. But we now know through the public inquiry that British politicians and civil servants served the interests of industry, despite the warnings of catastrophic loss of life. Grenfell was in and of itself a series of failures of state, which have arguably not stopped. Yet Grenfell has revealed a deeper malaise too, where the state has continued to engage in organised negligence. Given the government has so far failed to implement the recommendations of the first phase of the inquiry, Grenfell signifies the extremities of the moment where further disasters are baked into modern statecraft. And this has only been underlined by the scandals of COVID and now the cost of living crisis. There's a sense in which both the organised left and right have looked past Grenfell. They've had the experience but missed the meaning, to quote T.S. Eliot. Half-baked conspiracy theories about the fire lacked any credence, so the lasting attitude of the right is an indifference because those who perished were denied their Britishness. The hate crime of burning Grenfell on a bonfire reveals the depth of this contempt, as do messages on a police WhatsApp group where the fire was called the Great Muslim Bake-Off. For the left, Grenfell is a bullet point in the crimes of austerity. It's 72 of the 250,000 excess deaths of the last decade. There was a time when the left struck a populist tone on Grenfell, when Jeremy Corbyn proposed the compulsory purchasing of local vacant homes owned by the rich and housing those displaced by the fire in them. The moment didn't last, and Corbynism and Grenfell were out of tune. In fact, one might say that the conviviality of the Grenfell community represented a post-colonial British society that Labour has yet to conceive of, and indeed might at this moment not want to conceive of. And so we'll finish by drawing attention to the political stakes in this analysis we're sketching out. Combustible materials have spread across the country in developments that have been both private and public, rich and poor. The fire safety scandal is, as it is now dubbed, is a truly cross-class issue. This winter, some 700,000 people lack central heating in Britain. With spiralling energy costs, many have had to choose between heating and eating. The inflationary pressures are hardest for the poor who live off top-up meters. A generation ago, there were no food banks in modern Britain. Now there are more than McDonald's, and this winter we'll have seen the advent of the warm bank, a place for the destitute to go to keep warm, given they can no longer heat their homes. The existence of such places is fuel to the furnace of the fury that drives populism. The far right themselves express rage at the necessity of such places. Outside of the frames of media, though, the rage is still bubbling. And so it's incumbent on those seeking to redirect the populist energies of our era to pay attention and develop a language which communicates a common feeling and can build a mass beneath it that connects rather than segregates and supports rather than over-represents. The language of organised negligence is part of our contribution to this. We think it accurately describes a process that many have suffered without drawing on populist discourse poisoned by the right's rhetoric. The green shoots of a multiracial populism emerge in solidarity with those impacted by Grenfell. It's fed by the investigative reporting of Daniel Hewitt and activism of Kwojo Twenenboa and many others. It can be gleaned in the local and national protests against the conditions refugees are held in at former military installations such as Manston. Can we dare to conceive that there is some kind of commonality that connects, even if tenuously and unevenly, the squalor suffered by those at Manston to those leaseholding fire-clad flats? We're not sure this can be definitively answered, but just the question alone forces us to look beyond the cul-de-sac of contemporary politics. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Again, excellent timekeeping. I think that brings us to open up for discussion and any questions. I'm just going to try and see if I can see whether any hands are up. I'll just scroll down the list. I think, Tina, are you trying to? No.
I'm just thinking I might come back with questions. Thank you.
I think Molly's got a hand up. Molly, do you want to unmute yourself?
I'm in the same position as Tina, though. I want more time to percolate. But let me make a go at it, and excuse me if it's a bit incoherent. I find myself wanting to ask the team of the last paper, what's gained by talking in terms of humanistic populism as opposed to humanistic progressivism? I was so intrigued by the way Robbie is framing this. But I'm taken right back to the era of progressivism in America and the kinds of pressures in immigrant neighborhoods. It makes me think of Jane Addams and her food politics and her talk about the pressures of the cosmopolitan immigrant neighborhoods that are resonant with some of the things that Robbie's talking about here. And I don't know, would you speak to that a little bit for me, you two? And I have some ideas because anger wasn't the vehicle of people working in the social activists and the reform movements, working in the settlement house movements. And maybe anger's needed. They were better than most of the time on race questions, but obviously challenged, as a lot of these women working in that sector in the immigrant cosmopolitan neighborhoods were white entitled women who felt that they had leadership roles to take and stepped into those. And so I heard that language of support. What is support as opposed to representation? And how are we to talk about and enable those affected to be the ones that are crafting what they need from support? Thanks so much. I really enjoyed all the presentations.
I can come in.
Yeah, sure. Go for it. I
think it is the rage. I think you're completely right that the rage is the distinguishing feature there between populism and progressivism. And that derives in large part from community organizing I did after Grenfell, right? There's a documentary I made called Failed by the State, and one of my interview subjects, a local young person who's been criminalized by the police, racialized by local services, very much feels victimized by the institutions around him, engaged in a progressive politics for a few months and believed in something better happening. And within 4 months of the fire says, I know there's not going to be any convictions, so it's back to rage, right? Years later, those enlisted and engaged in Corbynism had that similar sentiment, right? That they engaged, they tried their best, they knocked on doors, they were manipulated or even sabotaged by their own leadership, right? And so when you have that feeling of kind of expending your energies and genuinely believing that what you're doing is progressive and is going to be supported, and you have that sense of, I don't know, despair more than anything else, I think rage is a very natural thing to fall back on. And I think that it's quite natural it's a natural space. It's a comfortable space for people to operate from, but it's not a space that the left are particularly good at harnessing and redirecting, right? It's a space that is often, like specifically Grenfell's used as we say, a bullet point. It's a way of quickly drawing upon something to build a mass, to point the arrow that we speak of, right? To point towards an end, right? But it's an end in and of itself. And that until people feel like they're ends in themselves, until people have that, which I think that a large part of the right now, so I went and filmed the right-wing protest in the summer, and the amount of mentions of warm banks from these activists of the right and was phenomenal, actually. I never expected to hear that discourse. And I think that there is a real need for progressive forces, and I don't think that we should distinguish between progressives and populists within our discussions, would benefit from not necessarily seeing themselves as in opposition to populism, but using kind of populist means to achieve progressive ends, I suppose. And to see that rage is something that needs to be harnessed, even if it is to be something controlled by a progressive process, I suppose.
Thanks, Daniel. Robbie, do you want to add anything to that? Or great. In that case, we've got Tina. Tina's got a hand up. Tina, over to you.
I'll try to convey this well. I guess it leads to a lot of the stuff that we've been thinking about. And, I'm thinking here both in terms of Robbie and Daniel, and Bodana's also kind of thinking on, the potential for more progressive populism or whatever we want to call it. I'm just so struck, I guess, by the fact, coming up, in Daniel's paper, the extent to which, right-wing populism, as it's manifesting, is directly this attempt to restore the nation at the expense of the liberal, which is the part that gives rights. That this is part of what's being targeted. And I'm also thinking of Alenka's comments about this isn't really a meaningful culture war if you think there's a right and there's a left, that the radical left has basically been marginalized. So not to be a bummer, but I guess I'm just thinking, and I'm even thinking, the early, of course, there's all these protests, the early, the marches against Trump, and all of that, and the various rallying, but you're not really seeing, I guess, that you're getting these sporadically, but almost the reactionary there. Anyway, I'd love to have more hope. So if anyone can kind of, speak to my losing hope, that would be great.
Okay, I can take the question.
Sure.
So I guess the question to follow up on what you're saying, Tina, is why not just abandon populism and find something more progressive, which could be according to us. But what about according to the agents that are doing this? And this makes me think of the interviews I had with those women's rights groups and those leaders of the movement, and not just leaders but ordinary participants. And what I want to say is it's not really up to us to decide what the agents are doing, and it's not up to us to decide on how they should go about resisting. We can do it in our own practice, right? Because some of us are also activists in a way. But what they told me is that one of the strategies for resisting right-wing populism for them was to kidnap, that's one of the words that they use, kidnap populism, kidnap this rhetoric, kidnap the tools that it offers, and turn it against right-wing populism. So to destabilize populists from within in a way that works better for feminist goals. Of course, it doesn't mean that that feminist movement is forever populist, but at the moment, that's a strategy that has worked for them. So they are taking this identity, the discourse of the identity of the people, and they're reinventing it. They are showing even those same people within Poland who have subscribed to that version of identity, they're showing they can be different. So that's one of the strategies of resistance, which could be progressive, but I don't want to, as Robbie said, moralize so much here.
Daniel Drach, over to you. Just unmute yourself, please. We can't hear.
Tina raised a very important question of how long is this kind of toxic populism going to be so predominant in so many countries? And I think there's some lessons here to be learned about the cyclical nature of radical movements. That they do have a period of rapid ascendancy, plateauing, and decline. So I try to think of some scenarios, actually. Like one thing that may happen is that the populist movement will devour itself with bitter infighting between different leaders. We can see this in the United States to a certain degree with the Republicans liking Trump's policies and not liking Trump, and particularly with the evangelical movement, possibly deserting or voting against a third run at the presidency. So that's one possibility. The other is that the red walls have collapsed in many countries, the social democratic progressive forces. And we could see voters learning from a bitter experience that this isn't the future, and that people will go back to creating center and center left and center right, which has now been largely collapsed in many countries. There's no longer a composed middle in Bobbio's terms. So that's a possibility, that people will go back to seeking other alternatives. Or we could see the growth in some countries of a kind of cross-class alliance between conservatives, middle of the roaders, people on the left believing that populism poses such a threat that they will form electoral alliances to defeat and tow out to sea the populists. So, Tina, I think you have to think more about different alternatives and agency that exist. And these are not frozen landscapes. I'm a bit concerned, though, with Badara's comment about everything's constructed. I'm not sure. I know this is quite a useful concept, but I'm not sure where it leads you strategically in how you would look at this conjuncture where there is this upsurge of extreme populism, which is not constructed, it's a material reality. And because you have the reserve army of this huge reserve army of people who are losers economically and have been decimated by new technologies and deindustrialization. And there is this sense of the grievance and anger. I'm not sure in what sense it is constructed. It seems to me that it speaks to people's the needs of identity politics, which someone mentioned that the left has not been able to do.
I can see, I know, Bordana, maybe you want to respond, but I see that Chris has had his hand up for some while. So I think let's go to Chris. And I see Tina's hand is up, but I know that we are due for a coffee break and we'd still have time for discussion afterwards. So let's go to Chris first, see how that goes. And we might have to push the other discussion into the post-coffee break session, if that's okay. Chris, over to you. Just unmute yourself, please. Sorry, Chris, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Sorry. Is it okay if I offer a hopeful response to Tina's question despite not being on the panel?
I'm sure, since this is quite informal and round table-ish, I'm sure you can do that.
Sure, yeah. So it just made me think that, I think one of the things that has been said a couple of times is that, one of the characteristics of this populist era is that it represents to a certain extent a hollowing out of politics or the political, and that it kind of is a symptom of a no real set of alternatives amongst what is currently on offer. And I would push back against that somewhat. I mean, I think in some contexts it probably holds true more than in others. But thinking back then again to the United States, just one issue that I think we've all forgotten about because of how decisive it was, which was the struggle for marriage equality, which was an issue where we went from having a president running and winning on the promise of a constitutional amendment against same-sex marriage to a state now where there is no significant or meaningful opposition to same-sex marriage in the United States anymore. It just doesn't exist anymore. And that was the result of, kind of very ordinary politics of persuasion and activism and organizing over a period of 10 to 15 years that resulted in what I think is, in like opinion polling by Gallup, I think it's the issue on which public opinion has changed the fastest in the history of opinion polling in the United States. So, I mean, just as a hopeful thing, these, again, yeah, I think there is space for politics. That doesn't necessarily have to be populist as such. It can be popularist in the sense of just ordinary persuading people about, this set of policies is better than this set of policies.
Great, thank you, Chris. I think I'm just looking at the time, and I think maybe this is a good place to stop for a quick coffee break. And John, Tina, what time do you want us back?
Should we say 10:02?
10:02? Okay, that gives about 15 minutes. Perfect. Thank you very much to all the panelists. That was really well done. It was a great discussion. Thank you.
Oh, do you have your hand up, Daniel? Okay.
John, I don't think I need the spotlight anymore, do I?
No, I'm just going to de-spotlight you.
Thank you.
No, don't. Tina, I've just noticed a message from Ruth Shaw in the chat, which we can include in the perhaps in the discussion. She says she has a shared office, so that obviously typing the question is easier than voicing with people around, and it's a question to Daniel Rennick. In fact, you're muted. Sorry. I can't hear you, Tina. You're muted.
Sorry, John.
Yeah.
Because I accidentally left the meeting instead of just closed my phone down, I don't have it. But when I come to that part, maybe you can read it out.
Oh, I'll read it out. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when people get back out, I'll lead with a few. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I think.
Sorry, so the question in the chat.
Yeah, did you see it? Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, one of the people I got on camera extensively was actually a woman. I mean, she was very aggressive, to be fair, right? I mean, I think it depends on the type of demonstration, but I think when it came to the anti-vax demonstrations or the we saw around COVID, there was a real multiplicity of identities there, I think. And I'd say that it was predominantly male, but there were, I wouldn't say that women were a vocal minority, a minority. And if they were very assertive within those spaces. So I don't think rage is necessarily something that's identified entirely with a male identity.
Maybe I could speak
Moving behind on this. Is this a response to the question I didn't see?
Yes, there's a new message coming in. Yes, she says, yeah, bearing in mind that we overestimate the number of women present. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think now if people are back, I will just start with sort of my thoughts on how we'll spend this last session, and it doesn't have to go the whole time. But having said my thoughts are basically that I will leave it open for us to set the agenda, and then we'll go through the agenda points as we see fit. So I think there's a few things that we might want to do, and people can, you know, we'll kind of get a sense of what people want to do. Of course, we can try to come up with key sort of summative themes or kind of last minute things we want to say, things we didn't get to say. We can have, you know, some time given to that, coming back to things. The other thing, I've received some messages from some people who unfortunately have to leave. But if we want to discuss, you know, any prospects for moving forward, if people are interested in putting together a special edition or an edited volume or something like that. So there's a couple things we can do with this time. And maybe if everyone's happy with it, we can start with the first, see if there's final discussion points, give a bit of time to that. And then anyone else who wants to stay on and talk about possibilities for any possibilities really for taking this forward, then we can have a few minutes to do that. But I'm open. So if there's anything other people were kind of expecting or basically we left this time so we can kind of have the time to do anything we didn't get to do during the conference and want to do. So I'm completely open to suggestion here. Shall we begin then with just wrapping up a few comments? Are people happy to do that? Okay.
Yes.
I'm just checking. So anything people want to come back to? Just raise your hands, or anything you kind of see in terms of overriding issues or themes that you think are worth all of us reflecting on. Bodana, I see your hand.
Yes, so we ended abruptly, so I want to respond to Daniel's question about what it means to say that populism is constructed. And what I want to say is that it's not to say that, it's not to deny the material effects it has or the real feelings and grievances of the people that are part of it, because once a certain identity of the people is constructed, then it starts reinforcing certain behaviors and it becomes stable and quite difficult to change. So this is not to deny that, but it is to emphasize that populism has the potential to change, that it doesn't have one set form, and just because in a particular context it seems quite real in one way, it doesn't mean that it can't be completely different in different context. But it's not to say that populism can be constructed anyhow, then it can take any form and it can lose its preciseness as a concept, because it can't. Because context circumscribes certain meanings, and it would just seem odd if it meant anything. So that's why it's so important to engage empirical context and not just assume that what we see, what we know from our experiences is exactly the same for other agents. So this is just to emphasize that we should avoid foreclosing the alternatives.
Thank you, Bodana. John, I see your hand.
Yes, I'm just thinking in terms of, sort of an agenda to discuss. There's sort of 2 points have sort of jumped out at me a little bit today. One being defining populism. We've been using this term, and some people have sort of felt that it was not very useful. Others have defended the term populism. So I think we can spend perhaps a few minutes just sort of recapping on that. It's a heterogeneous concept, but how useful is it? And the second one that's sort of come out is that was touched upon by Daniel Drach, which was, under what circumstances do populists win? And, we perhaps haven't thought about that. When do populists get in power? How does that happen?
Okay, I'll go to Daniel next. I'll just put something.
I was just thinking perhaps of getting a few topics,
yeah,
just to list,
exactly.
and then perhaps to go over and
yeah, absolutely. So the first being define populism, the second being how do we, I guess, kind of historicize? You think about it in terms of moments and yeah. Okay. I will just actually, before I take Daniel's comment, I know Alex Sutton, if he's still here, I know he had a question about a concept he thought wasn't or was being maybe used differently.
Alex is here. He's
here. I don't want to put him on the spot, so he can share that with us. If I'm inviting him to share if he wants to, but if he doesn't, he can ignore me.
Sure. Sorry, I don't have my video on. My dog's going nuts, so apologies if he interrupts. Yeah, I just wondered about with the conference in general. I guess there was this sort of a sense, or at least I gathered a sort of sense of ambivalence about liberal democracy between panelists, and I know one of the big questions that you were all asked was about what are the effects of populism on liberal democracy, what are the consequences for liberal democracy, and I think there were different opinions, but I suppose what I wondered was, how did the panelists think about liberal democracy itself? Is it worth saving? Right? I know Alenka, for example, she kind of alluded to the sort of the pre-neoliberal kind of politicized liberal democracies of the post-war era as something that was better than now. But I just wondered, that was a type of, that failed, right? That failed. That post-war consensus, if you want to call it, that failed, bringing out neoliberalism. And so I just wondered if there was a sort of, if after these 4 panels, there's a growing consensus about whether liberal democracy is something that is worthwhile.
Thanks, Alex. I'll add that to the agenda in terms of key themes. Daniel Dresch. Oh, you're muted.
I think you're still muted, Daniel. Yeah, we still can't.
One thing I noted in this kind of excellent discussion, I mean, many of you might know each other, some of us don't know each other, but there are 4 terms that you have to sort of sort out in your mind. One is nativism, one is authoritarianism, one is nationalism, and of course, populism. So there is a tendency to overload too much onto populism, right? So everyone has to, for themselves, try to work out the differences. It's a very healthy thing to do. And then hopefully it saves us from all these binary choices that you can't have one or the other. It's fixed forever. But I think they're so fluid, all these concepts, that it helps just to distinguish them. And on liberal democracy, is it worth saving? Well, I'd really be interested to hear if you didn't want to save liberal democracy, which is a package, and a historical package, where that would leave you. So, of course, you have to save liberal democracy, both its institutional, its values, its individualism, its rule of law. I think that all of us have very different notions of liberal democracy, but we can't overload the agenda, because the new phenomena, which is difficult to understand and get a handle on, is this explosion of a populist insurgency across the globe. And the danger is, of course, we all talk about our own context, but remember that when we're talking about Lula, and which is a very different sort of populism than anything in Europe, and Obrador in Mexico, I mean, very fascinating, and Modi. They're all very different, and yet there are certain parts of the conjuncture which are very similar, which I try to highlight in my remarks. I'm not saying I'm successful or people agree with me, but that's all right. People have very different approaches, which I sort of like, 100 flowers blooming.
Sorry, I just wanted to add, thanks, Daniel, one thing to the agenda list. Karma Bowser wrote in the chat, and I think she's coming new to some of this, but if people could speak a bit more to how they envision and maybe the potential of populism and left-leaning politics, a bit more on what that means, since we've been focusing on, as per the conference, right-wing populism. John?
Yes, I think in many ways this fits into our discussion of the heterogeneity of populism and what it is, and is it a useful term? Now, I think there's a tendency, a lot of people who want to dump populism as a term focus on the fact that it's often used as a derogatory term, as a negative epithet. But I don't think it has to be. I think I remember Alenka was talking earlier on, and we were, about whether Syriza was a populist party, and that well, I had sort of defined it that it was, though I totally concede that during the time Syriza held power, it had to live with the logic and reality of the system, and was clearly not a populist movement. But on the other hand, we, earlier in its lifetime, it had generally positioned itself against effectively the elite, which was sort of New Democracy and PASOK, the ruling parties in Greece, and also in Spain. We had the Podemos movement, which was. And I would again, and I still think that the populist label is useful, but shouldn't be taken as necessarily either positive or negative. This focus on the vast majority of people, the ordinary people who are striving to make a living, and what they called in Spanish la casta, the caste, which was this nexus of politicians and business people, and in fact. Chantal, bless you, Chantal Mouffe advocates a left-wing populism because basically she sees populism as a response to neoliberal politics, which is accepted as a hegemonic idea, accepted as the only way of doing things, which is free market neoliberal globalization. And Mouffe effectively hails populism to a certain extent as a way of combating that, as a solution to this, but advocates instead a left-wing populism, and actually worked fairly closely with, collaborated in a book, in fact, with one of the leaders, Inigo Errejón, one of the leaders of Podemos, the party. So I think there are examples of left-wing populist movements, and I don't mean those in a negative sort of way. And it ties up very much with what Bordana was talking about when she was talking about the feminist movement in Poland, which, as I understand it from Bordana, was focused on ordinary women. And I guess probably the elite was conceptualized as the Law and Justice Party. I guess the PIS would that be correct? And perhaps even the church. I don't know, Bordana.
Yeah, so it had a broad conception of the elite. First of all, the party, the church or conservative, but also the conservative part of civil society. So all those groups who received a lot of funding from the state, while feminist groups were denied funding, and gender in general has been attacked. So even civil society has been framed as part of the elite.
Yes, absolutely. So this is a key part of, if you like, left-wing populism, and it's still framed in this sort of the people versus the elite terms. And also Robbie was very much talking about the idea of a kind of a humanistic populism that could emerge by focusing on bread and butter issues rather than status, potentially emerging through the prism of squalor. And one thing, I suppose, if we were to look at how politics is structured, and we were talking a little bit of left and right, but we have two concepts of left and right. One is the economic left and right, centered around bread and butter issues. And the other is the cultural notion of left and right, sometimes known as, I think a couple of authors, Hoogan, all talked about traditional authoritarian nationalist on one side and green alternative libertarian on the other. And it's this sort of dimension. Now, right-wing populism is in the nationalist pole of this cultural dimension, while left-wing populism is on the economic left. So it's not as if they're opposites, but they occupy different sort of points on the map. But they do share effectively, in my view, this sort of elite versus the people prism on that. So my hunch is sort of the populism is still a useful term to use, but it shouldn't be seen as pejorative, negative, and it can be liberating, emancipatory.
Thank you, John. Chris, did you want to add to this?
Yeah, I was just going to say, so I think broadly, to me, one of the core features of populism is that it makes moral claims, not empirical claims about who the people in the elite are. Like, we are the 99%. That's a moral claim. That's not an empirical claim. And actually, it's one of the reasons why I find I always get a little nervous when people start talking about a left-wing populism, because it's like, well, I sure hope that, because moral claims have a way of taking on a life of their own. And I sure hope they end up the way that we all would like them to be. But that aside, I think if a left-wing populism wants to succeed, it's just going to have to do better at articulating those moral claims in a way that convinces people. And I think it's, for example, I supervised a PhD thesis not too long ago, and it was about comparing populism in South Africa and France. And one of the questions that kind of pressed the candidate on was, well, why does the Rassemblement National in France, why are they outperforming Jean-Luc Mélenchon? Because in a certain sense, they're actually, they are converging on some of these bread and butter issues in certain ways. And just the fact of the matter is that, La France Insoumise is just not doing as well. They're just not succeeding in articulating that set of issues in a way that the Rassemblement National is. Now, of course, that could change. I think one of the things is that none of these formulations are fixed in stone. But I think, there's always a palpable sense of frustration that the left has been marginalized or the left has been pushed out of. And certainly, I'm sure we can point to specific examples of that happening in terms of who's funding what, and who has control over what, for example, media outlets or things like that. But at a basic level, I think it is, you have to do better if you want to bring together a populist movement that is successful in articulating those moral claims about who belongs to which category in a way that actually mobilizes people.
I guess to that, yeah, the thing I would just add, and I'd be interested in Daniel and Daniel's comments back, because it seemed at the end we were kind of going again to the assumption of a collective that perhaps could be mobilized on bread and butter issues, which, well, that would be lovely. I guess, again, my concerns in terms of aggrieved entitlement, and this being more about sort of relative status and access to jouissance and stuff like that what's driving populism isn't straightforwardly a bread and butter issue. And if we see how, to the extent, co-opted sounds like I'm implying false consciousness, which is, of course, problematic, but, just bear with me for the point. If we can see the working class has been co-opted by the right, by conservative parties, by I just think there's a real problem there with going strictly back to with the assumption that there is a clear empirical left behind that can actually be reclaimed by speaking to bread and butter issues, because I think the points of mobilization are much more, I guess, complex and diffuse. So I'll just put that out there. But I see Simon has his hand up, and then anyone else who wants to speak to that. Simon.
Yeah, I'm muted. Thank you so much. I just wanted to, like to the points that were just raised, just want to ask what are bread and butter issues? And I think that is a very very important question, because in Germany we have kind of like a left-wing populism that emerges from Die Linke Partei, which is kind of like a nationalist working class politics. So it is anti-migration, pro-working class, and things like that. It's indistinguishable from some far-right positions. And I really want to ask, like, what are, we've had a long time, especially in Germany, I know it pretty well, we had a long left critique of right-wing populism, which always kind of like ended up talking about, well, we don't need the symbolic issues like gender, for example, or trans rights, or representation of minorities. These are all, symbolic. This is not bread and butter. This is not who we are. And so I think it is precisely the trick of the right wing that it sells bread and butter issues, which are essentially nationalists, nativists, and other things. So when people in Germany talk about the working class, they mean the white working class. They don't mean the like the Gastarbeiter of the 1960s, right? And this is always the case, and this is also the case in left-wing politics. So I don't know. I just want to pose the question: what are these bread and butter issues that one should do better about? Because these are precisely the issues that kind of like that the right has not only adopted but has made unequivocal. For example, nationalists, or it has the question of working rights unequivocally in ethnic terms. This is their point, and if you don't distinguish like these two working class politics that you were pursuing, then you get nowhere. So I think bread and butter is really what are the bread and butter issues and this is like different in South Africa than it is in Germany or in the United States or in Slovenia for that matter. So I just wanted to throw this in because I think it's easy to say like focus on the bread and butter issues. What are they? And I wanted to share this meme by a colleague of ours, Aurélien Mandon, which came across yesterday. So I'm sorry.
Cute. Thanks, Simon. Okay, I see Chris has his hand up.
Yeah, I think bread and butter. I think someone said that, and I just sort of picked up on that. But I guess I think my point is more that just political success in an electoral democracy just requires that you articulate some set of issues in a way that people find compelling. I mean, whether it's whether they're material or symbolic. I mean, I think it's always going to be some combination of material and symbolic. I don't think there is any sort of politics that's purely quote unquote bread and butter issues, which is the term is not probably great for describing that.
Great, thanks, Chris. So I'm just checking to see if we have any hands. Okay, none immediately speaking to this. So I'm open to, we still have, I can go through Daniel. Yeah, go ahead, Daniel. Oh, you're muted.
Anyway, I find this really interesting, the Chris's remarks and Simon's remarks and your remarks about bread and butter issues. So if you look at Obrador in Mexico, I mean, he had a very clear set of policies that touched the huge number of people, which was on bread and butter issue, the minimum wage, pro-poor policies, addressing educational health inequalities, stopping the building of the airport as a misuse of public funds. So these are issues that, and then defending Mexico's sovereignty in a kind of general sense, because they had privatized or part of the oil industry. So these were all issues, symbolic issues and material issues that he campaigned on, and he was successful. So I think that in a period of identity politics, the bread and butter issues are those that affect both the living standards, which have fallen for people across the globe in many countries and cultural issues, that they feel that, you know, in their language on the right, the nation has been despoiled, or these religious, that in India, of course, it's the developing a Hindu nation, which would deprive the rights of Muslims, or the change of status, this illegal change of status in Kashmir. So in every country, there are these bread and butter issues, and you just have to think, you have to identify and see how they play out with a fragmented political constituencies today. So I think that's kind of a thing. Yeah, you have to think quite very precisely in different areas. Trudeau in Canada, for instance, what's a bread and butter issue? Well, the health issue, the broken health system. I think, Kenny, you might agree with that. There are other bread and butter issues about education, about equity issues for different communities. So I think these are the real issues that speak to people, and the right has been able to capture a lot of them because of their anti-tax agenda and their austerity agenda. They believe in cutting spending, cutting support for programs in this way. So there are real choices that people have to make at election time and beyond.
I guess I'll just for one moment misuse my position as chair to just come back to you on one thing, Daniel, if you don't mind, and then I'll open it up again. And I'm definitely by no means disagreeing that there are material bread and butter issues that are, underlaid capitalism, everything, that are extremely problematic. I guess what I'm speaking to, though, is the fact that, looking at the Freedom Convoy, looking at even the siege of the Capitol, I mean, those, this isn't Ruth Shaw in the chat brought up the concept about, what about trade unionism? And these aren't trade union movements, which is a loss, I think. I mean, this is, as you said, there's a will to restore the nation in kind of authoritarian terms away from liberal democracy. So in ways that hurt, many of the most vulnerable to sort of shore up, whether you want to think of it, as I said, not to again misuse my chair thing, but sort of a white masculinity that's being, kind of no longer occupies its privileged position or whatever. So I guess that's my concern, is that, yes, there's important bread and butter issues, but they're being foreshadowed by, I mean, even, if you think of Trump, he wasn't helping the working class. He might have been speaking to a fantasy of speaking to their grievances and fantasies, but he's not helping working class. So anyway, if you could speak to that, and then I will stop talking.
Well, I think that a lot of us have an ambiguity about how we see the public, the nation in discourse. So in the case of for the right, of course, they use the nation as the defense of the nation, the claim of a defense of a nation, as to weaponize that as for their own agenda. But in other countries, in Mexico, in other places, in many of the other, in the left, in Chile, I was making a list in Colombia, the issue of creating a strong state after years of right-wing plundering of the state by elites becomes a big issue for at election time and in between election time. We see this in Peru, where this kind of tumultuous series of events in which the poor peasants have laid siege to the capital in a complex series of events. So, of course, the nation is part of the left agenda, and it's part of the right. And the right has been very effective in using it at election time. I think it would be good to think about in different situations how it plays out. I think that's my major point. It can become a red line of toxic masculinity, of course, but it can become something else as well.
No. Oh, what you can ask them. Oh, sorry. Do you want to ask? Oh, okay. Sorry. Thanks a lot for that, Daniel. My daughter, who is Karma Bowser, who's keeping her identity hidden, just asked if it would be okay if she could ask a follow-up question. So that might be coming in. But thank you for your thoughtful response to my comments and questions. I did say she was allowed to speak again. So we'll see if we get a text message. Anyways, in the just looking, okay, nobody has their hands up. So what I think, I'll see if that message, the follow-up message comes. But anyone who brought up one of the themes I had, defining populism, which I guess we're constantly struggling with this. The historicization, Alex has had to leave now, but his questions about how we're using, envisioning liberal democracy and whether we want it. The different terms, which I think is probably just something we have to go home with and keep reminding ourselves, how are we, and be very clear in our own work about how we're using nativism, authoritarianism, nationalism, populism. Then we left with the, we did have the last question. We left with the sort of the populism is the left, and Karma's question is, as a follow-up, do we think populism in its literal form, not its conceptual form, can exist without aggrieved entitlement? Okay. And I'm trying to think in its literal form, meaning, Karma, do you want to express?
Who's sorry, me? I couldn't hear.
Karma Bowser is talking about literal, how it appears, versus conceptual, people speaking to the elites. Anyone want to take this? I guess, do we think of populism? Anyone help me out here? I'm just trying to work out the question. So, in terms of the definition of populism, the kind of generally agreed upon, where it is, anyone can help me out here, but sort of the those with who see themselves as the people against a sort of corrupt elite. Anyone else want to add to that? Oh, John and Chris have their hands up, so maybe you can help me out here and try to address this. John, go first, and then Chris.
Okay, yes. Yeah, I was just thinking probably on that question is that perhaps right-wing populism, as we've been describing it, cannot exist. That this aggrieved entitlement does seem to be a feature of many right-wing nationalist populism. Remember, we were going back to a discussion of left-wing populism, and that potentially, certainly the populist movement doesn't necessarily in that have some sense of aggrieved entitlement. There may be a degree of rage against the 1%, for example, or something like that, but it doesn't necessarily imply aggrieved entitlement, I would think. I think Chris has got another
Thanks,
point.
John. Yeah, that actually, yeah, thank you. I think you're responding to the question. Chris.
Yeah, I guess I'd have a slightly different take. I guess I think aggrieved, and it's a little bit of a loaded question, maybe, because we think of entitlement, well, aggrieved entitlement as being a purely selfish and negative thing. And I think, I think what I keep coming back to is that the populism, it involves more than just a people versus elite. It involves a moral claim about who the people are and who the elites are and how they're opposed. And in that sense, I mean, yeah, there has to be some kind of affective glue holding together things. So whether you call it rage or entitlement, or just, I mean, it's entitlement in the sense that people, I think, rightly, who belong to a certain polity, rightly feel entitled to the benefits of being residents of that polity. And if they feel they're being left out of it, then, that, I guess you would call that in a sort of basic sense entitlement, but not necessarily in a pejorative sense. But I guess, yeah, I mean, whatever you call it, there needs to be something that kind of animates those moral claims about who belongs to which category.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Yeah, and I was just thinking in terms of entitlement in a non-pejorative way, that you can, that it's often been used by excluded groups to, claim that they too are entitled to rights. And yeah, so it doesn't have to be, necessarily negative. But yeah, thank you. Okay, so I'll just open it up to anyone who wants to raise any final questions or issues, and then we can talk about, anything we want to do moving forward, even if it's just keeping a open sort of email dialogue for people to share ideas. But I'm basically handing the floor over to you. I will just chair. So any final, I guess, questions to do with the discussion today? I mean, I'm sure we have many, but any that you want to raise now? No. Okay. So moving forward, any thoughts on, should we just keep open use the group chat to discuss, and then take up if people want to think through, I'd be open to thinking through possibilities for an edited volume. Daniel?
Yeah. Well, one thing I found really terrific was that I discovered there are so many other people working in this area. So without creating anything elaborate, it would be good to get like a place where people could send their articles, or like practical things. There were a lot of perspectives that I didn't know about. I'd like to follow up, read an article by Bodana or Chris or John or all sorts of people. So I thought that would be easy to do, right? Because we can do it on the, either through you guys, which would be great, where people could send materials and you could download them and read them. I mean, I think that would be a big plus out of this. A very modest kind of clearinghouse of ideas.
That sounds great. A shared drive or something too.
Yeah.
Okay. John?
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, we could even create a common. I've done something wrong with the. I think I've just got myself. I've done something wrong with the spotlighting. Apologies. We could create something like a common Dropbox or something like that, to put stuff in, or some common space online like that could work really well.
I see Ruth suggested ResearchGate. I'm not familiar with that, but if that works.
Yes, I'm not so familiar with ResearchGate, but we could have a sort of group. I don't know if you can create a group in ResearchGate, because I get quite a lot of messages of things to read, but sometimes it sort of comes from everyone. But I.
Okay. Well,
there's
I'm
something
happy
called
to.
Slack as well, which I vaguely used as well.
Hmm.
That you can sort of message people using Slack and leave files and things like that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, let's keep, I mean, for the moment, we can use the group email to forward ideas about putting this together, but let's kind of keep that as an aim that we will start some sort of shared drive and shared discussion board or something when we just want to notify people that, something exists, you might want to check it out. Yeah, that would be great. I'll actually defer a bit to John on this because anything technical, I defer to John. That's basically how this has worked. But yeah, just to say thank you so much, everyone. I mean, yeah, I just really enjoyed hearing all of the different perspectives, which was, I guess, one of the key aims of the conference, is just to be able to talk to people from different perspectives who we don't usually. And I think I have really benefited from that. So I'll let John have any other final words, but I just want to say a final thank you.
No, I totally agree with you, and thank you to everyone for coming. I think it's been an extremely productive, extremely fruitful session, or two sessions, in fact. There's one thing that I do want to say. I just want to give massive thanks to our excellent research assistant, Libby Harris, who not only designed the poster, but has been live tweeting this event throughout and has provided an excellent summary of this on Twitter. So do go to the Twitter handle that I shared earlier in the conversation, which is at GPES_Brookes, and just follow her summary of that because that's come out really, really well. So yes, that's basically all I've got to say. And there's one. Yes, and Simon also says thank you to Libby. So yes, I think probably let's stay in touch. That's the most important thing. Let's see if we can, as we've proposed, anything that we've done that we think is relevant to this topic, we share. Let's, when we've got our heads together, send an email around. Just sort of suggesting sort of ways of doing that over the next days. I think we Tina and myself can arrange that, and perhaps suggest a forum in which we can share our material. And if anybody sort of thinks, well, hold on, I'd really like to write this particular article and things like that, and we're all sort of working towards that. We could in time think in terms of some sort of special issue, but that depends a little bit on our research agendas and how they coincide. So once again, thanks very much to everybody. So yes, shall we call it a day? We did finish 8 minutes early, which is always good, but certainly in the UK we're heading towards beer o'clock, and although perhaps it's a little bit early in Canada, although maybe not.
Yeah.
It's a bit early.
So all the very best, and let's meet again soon. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.